on the dot. And so we're going to ask you to settle down, get yourself situated. If you're in the lobby, come in because we're going to go because we want to get Dr. Wallach up. And so let's open in prayer. Let's open in prayer. Father, we bless you today. We thank you for this day you allowed us to see. Thank you for watching over us as we slept last night and touching us and rising this morning. And God, we thank you for this moment. It's in this moment that we declare you're good, you're awesome, we love you so much. And God, nobody in this room makes noise except me. So I just say I love you so much more than anything else. We love you, Lord. We give you praise and glory and honor. We love you, Father. I knew there were other people that loved you outside of me. We honor you this morning. And we give you praise. And so, Father, my prayer is simply this. Help everyone in this room to realize the destiny moment that we're in. Spirit of God, speak to us through your servant, this man of God, Dr. Wallach. Have your way now. We declare this will be the worst we feel for the rest of our lives. We thank you for that. We thank you that every sickness and disease will be eradicated. We thank you for that. That God, this time next year, our whole life will be totally different. And we thank you for that. We give you praise, glory, and honor. In Jesus' name, somebody say amen. Amen, amen, amen. Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad that you showed up this morning. And I promise you, your life is about to change. Some of you did not realize when you woke up how much your life is getting ready to change. Because you're about to hear things that people are very ignorant to. You're about to hear things that a lot of folks don't want you to hear. But how many know you have a right to health and wholeness? You have a right to health and wholeness. And so I'm very excited about today. I want you to listen. I want you to open your heart up, your mind up. Dr. Wallach is going to say some stuff that's going to go against what you've been ingrained with. He's going to say some things that's going to make you go, huh? But hear me, he knows his stuff. And he's going to back everything up with documentation. He's going to show you. And so just open your heart up. You know, at the end of this seminar, if you're just like, well, I just want to stay where I am, well, how many know go ahead and do that, die early, and praise the Lord. But how many know there are those of us, we want our 120. Amen. We want our 120. So this whole thing began a few years ago. Pastor Aisha and I, we were getting dressed, watching TV, and Dr. Wallach was on Benny Hinn. And not that I watch Benny Hinn a lot, but we just happened to had it on, and he was on, and it intrigued us. We were intrigued by what we were hearing. Benny Hinn was intrigued. Benny Hinn made Dr. Wallach put his hands on the Bible and go, put your hands on this Bible. He said, are you telling me? Because Dr. Wallach was saying, we can take care of that, take care of that, take care of that. You're going to hear him say today, when we get to Q&A, he's going to tell you, that's easy. We can do this, do this, do this. And so, but it intrigued me. And in Pastor Aisha and I, in our heart, we were like, we want to connect with this man. And we were like, we need to get him to our church. That was 2 years ago. God loves this church so much because, please hear me, Dr. Wallach travels all over the country. He presents over 400 times a year. So that means most of the time he's on the road. He could go anywhere in the world, and he chose to come to Westville. Chose to come to Westville. And so you're sitting in the presence of greatness today. There's no other man on the planet like who you're about to experience on this platform. But when I tell you God orchestrated getting him here, we had never met him, didn't know him, and God orchestrated getting him here. It's just simply amazing that he's in the house today and he is going to change. God's going to use him to change your life. Pastor Aisha and I, Elder Michelle, Elder Ron, we spent about 3 hours last night in fellowship with Dr. Wallach, with two of his staff people, with Michael. Would you stand, Michael? That is Michael. Everybody clap for Michael. And Kim. That is Kim. And then, of course, Dr. Wallach. Will y'all make noise for Dr. Wallach? Just make noise for Dr. Wallach. And we had a great, great time with them fellowshipping, and got very excited. I could hardly sleep last night. Very excited about today. Dr. Wallach is on a mission to help people experience health the way God wanted them to. That is his mission. He goes wherever God will open a door if they'll let him come, and that is his mission, to help people get healthy. And so his stance is also this: you and I are responsible partially for our health. You're responsible. How many of you can sit on a sofa and go, Lord, just heal me, but there's no faith in that. You're responsible to take action for your own body. So you're going to hear some things today. He's going to share. Then we're going to take about a 10, 15-minute break. He's going to share for about a couple hours. We're going to take a break. There'll be snacks in the lobby for you to get. And then come back in. We're going to do Q&A. I'll prep you on that. We'll kind of talk right before we go into the Q&A. And then you have a chance to ask questions, what's going on. And he'll give you some advice on that. Amen? But I want you to open yourself up. I cannot stress enough how important hear me, this is the Bill Gates of the medical field. This is the Bill Gates that we have here. And so I want to get out the way and let Dr. Wallach come up and do his thing. So would you stand to your feet, please? And without further ado, give a warm welcome to Dr. Joe Wallach.
Okay, thank you so very much, and God bless each and every one of you. I'm just kind of looking at the audience here, and this is every man's dream. 90% of the people in here this morning are women. You must be already looking at the previews of the Super Bowl. Okay, I'm going to ask you, are there any health professionals in here this morning? Any doctors, nurses, Indian chiefs? Okay, good. We appreciate them. Let's give them a hand. And what you're going to see is an adaptation of a presentation I gave to the United Nations August 7th of this year, or actually last year, a couple of months ago. And so you'll notice that there's quite a bit of stuff from like 20 different countries, because I wanted the United Nations to understand that what I'm sharing is a thing of humanity as opposed to America alone. And so, but it all tells the same story. And so we'll get going, and if you would hold the questions in, we'll have plenty of time for Q&A afterwards. And this will be considerably different from what you've learned. Okay, everybody where we're supposed to be? Okay, here we go. Now, the thing that makes me different is that I have a degree in agriculture. I have a degree in veterinary medicine. I'm a comparative pathologist where I do autopsies on animals and people. And I've been a primary care physician as a naturopathic physician licensed in Oregon and California since 1978. So some of the stuff you appreciate is for the United Nations, so I'm going to go fairly fast. And I also received a Lifetime Achievement Award there in natural medicine and philanthropy. Very proud of that. Now, how many of you, raise your hand if you've ever heard the CD, audio cassette tape, or the book, Dead Doctors Don't Lie? Okay, good. A few, about 1%, 2%. We've sold 350 million copies of the CD, 10 million copies of the book. And I'm telling you that not to brag, because I want you to be understanding of the perspective of where we're coming from. Michael Jackson's Thriller, his bestseller, he sold 72 million. The Bible has sold trillions, right? And so we're putting things in perspective. Why Dead Doctors Don't Lie? Because the average lifespan, according to their own survey, the medical system published in 6 medical journals in 1999, is 56. God lives forever. We need to listen to God. Why do we spend so much time and energy and attention to doctors whose average lifespan, according to their own survey, is 56? The information I'm going to share with you this morning is in my newest book, one of 14 books, Epigenetics. And it's the #1 bestseller according to Amazon.com in the field of genetics, epigenetics, and general medicine in the last couple of months. So I'm very, very proud of that. Okay, here's the beginning of the presentation. This is December 1st, 2008, Time Magazine cover article, The Sorry State of American Health. We don't have the best healthcare system in the world. We have the most expensive healthcare system in the world, but not the best. And what they said here was that despite technological advances in medicine, Americans are less healthy than we used to be. And the most terrible part of this story is that it says that our children will be the first generation of Americans who do not live as long as their parents. How many of you heard that? Raise your hand. Okay, that's about 10%. Our children are not going to live as long as us if we continue doing what we're doing. Well, the reason why I'm on this crusade and speak 400 times a year because I'm not prepared to accept that prediction. I'm not going to just shrug my shoulders, oh, well, that's the way it is. I'm prepared to fight until my dying breath to save as many kids as we can. Okay? And because I believe this is a mission that the good Lord gave me, and I'm going to carry it out. And this is what we're talking about. Grandma died at 92, mom died at 64, and daughter and granddaughter died at 46. This is a word cloud, obviously. And you have to appreciate that over the centuries, going back 5, 6, 7,000 years ago, in the days of the pharaohs, there's been thousands of failed medical and scientific theories every century. And the 20th century and 21st century are no different. There's thousands of failed medical theories. Let's just look at some of the more common ones. Obesity. How many of you heard of the word obesity? Okay, good. We're in the church, so you do have to answer honestly. And the theory for 125 years in obesity has been that people are overweight and obese, 35 pounds or more of their ideal weight for their height, because they don't exercise enough and they eat too much. That's been the prevailing theory. And that's been used in addition to surgeries and gastric bypass, drugs. But the basic concept to lose weight is to eat less and exercise more. And what did we get that for the last 125 years? What did we get from that theory? We're number one. We're the number one obese nation in the world. We have more fitness centers. People are exercising more than ever, eating less. I mean, you can go on television, they'll fix your meals for you, all that kind of stuff, and yet we're still the number one obese nation in the world. Well, it turns out that obesity has nothing to do with how much you exercise, and it's only secondary how much you eat, because the symptoms of a deficiency of a class of nutrients will cause you to have the munchies. If you choose poorly and eat things that have lots of easy calories, you're going to gain weight. If you choose things to eat that don't have easy calories in them, you won't gain weight. Exercise effectively has nothing to do with you're obese or not. It's a deficiency. You take the nutrients and it goes away at the rate of half a pound to 2 pounds a day, whether you exercise or not. Now, let's look at Alzheimer's disease. Alzheimer's disease, when it was first recognized 45 years ago, never existed even by another name. It's certainly not genetic. The big theory originally was it was caused by aluminum. How many of you heard of the aluminum theory of Alzheimer's disease? Well, that's a failure. It turns out that aluminum is an essential nutrient for a succinase enzyme required for metabolism in your mitochondria inside your cells. So then, if it's not genetic and it's not aluminum, what causes Alzheimer's disease? It's a simple deficiency disease was caused by medical doctors who took, if you will, a bribe from Procter & Gamble to demonize cholesterol and saturated fat to sell another product. And the result of demonizing cholesterol and saturated fat and cholesterol-lowering drugs is many, many diseases, which we'll talk about in a few moments. The most egregious one, of course, is Alzheimer's disease. It's a physician-caused disease, easily prevented and easily reversed. We'll talk about that in detail. Cardiovascular disease, raise your hand if you've ever heard it has something to do with saturated fat and cholesterol. Remember, you're in church, and I ask it again. How many of you have heard that cholesterol and saturated fat have something, whether you believe it or not, have something to do with cardiovascular disease? Okay, it's better. All right. Now, it turns out that congestive heart failure, a very common cause of heart death in adults, is a deficiency of a single vitamin. We've known that for 300 years. It was discovered by a Japanese naval surgeon 300 years ago. It's caused by a deficiency of a single vitamin. And it's easily reversed in just a couple of days, 5, 10, 15, 20 days, a month at the most. Very easy to get rid of. You don't have to have a heart transplant. You don't have to be on medication for 25 years. Praise God. And then cardiomyopathy heart disease, the thing that kills athletes suddenly, are people who drop dead while they're doing hard physical work, is caused by deficiency of a single mineral. I've personally done 1,700 autopsies on kids under the age of 10 that have died of that one. Big government project. And then there's coronary artery disease, where you have plugged arteries. That is not caused by cholesterol and saturated fat. That's caused by inflammation. How many of you have heard of the inflammation kind of concept? Okay. Well, inflammation causes your arteries to react and put out scar tissue to protect themselves from this irritating, like pouring acid through your veins and arteries. And the scar tissue plugs your arteries. When you do special stains on the plaque in your arteries, there's no cholesterol and saturated fat in there. It's all scar tissue. It's easily gotten rid of, easily prevented, without surgery, without bypasses. You may need a stent once in a while for an emergency sort of thing. And then coronary thrombosis, where you get a blood clot in the coronary artery. It has nothing to do with cholesterol or saturated fat. It's actually a deficiency of an omega-3 essential fatty acid deficiency, or a ratio problem in your diet of omega-3s, 6s, and 9s. And you see so many omega-3 products advertised on radio and TV because of this and in the newspapers. And that's one of my 9 lawsuits against the FDA in which I prevailed in all 9 cases. Hypertension is not a genetic disease, even in the black community. It's a simple deficiency of nutrients, easily eliminated very quickly. Arthritis is not genetic, has nothing to do with age. Babies are born with arthritis. It's a combination deficiency of vitamins and minerals. And then type 2 diabetes has nothing to do with genetics. Type 2 diabetes is a simple deficiency of a single mineral. We've known that for 80 years. I actually, back in the 1960s, discovered a type 2 diabetes in crocodiles and alligators. And I was wondering, how did a crocodile from Africa get a human genetic disease? He must have been eating Baptist preachers that had diabetes in Africa or something. It turns out that this one deficiency of this one mineral universally gives diabetes to any vertebrate, whether they're a crocodile or a snake or a hummingbird or a deer or a human being. It doesn't matter. Again, some of this stuff I had to educate all these ambassadors, so we're going to flip through a lot of this stuff. Witches were burned at the stake. Witches are usually grandmas who were using herbs and chicken soup to heal people, make them feel better. And the medical system didn't like that. And so they would go to the churches and say, Grandma Ruthie is a witch. She's using witchcraft to cure people. It's the church's job to cure people. So the churches of the day would send out inquisition committees to torture these poor grandmas until they admitted to and confessed to being a witch and using witchcraft, and then they were rewarded by being burned at the stake, and the doctors were happy all the way to the bank. The FDA and the medical system, their limit of nutrition is the 4 food groups. For a long time, for about 50 years, we used the 7 food group pyramid. How do you remember the 7 food group pyramid? Okay, well, that was too complicated for the FDA, the government, and medical doctors, so they reduced it to the 4 food groups. Now, remember, this is what we're doing, and this is why we're sicker than we've ever been. This is why we're dying younger and younger, and this is why your children will not live as long as you. You cannot get everything you need from the 4 food groups because the nutrition is not in the food anymore. We'll talk about that in a moment. The original pharmaceuticals, where the doctor would give you something in his office, was homebrew, was whiskey, and good Kentucky bourbon and that kind of stuff. One of the big ones was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola, before prescriptions, Coca-Cola was cocaine. That's why they called it Coca-Cola. And in the 1920s, it became a prescription item, cocaine, for dentistry primarily in the beginning. And so they had to take it out of the Coca-Cola, the over-the-counter and the drugstore stuff they were pulling out of the little things, and the tap, I guess you call it. And today, Coca-Cola is one of the biggest export products to the world. This is how people know us. Oh, Coca-Cola, that's the American thing. And then before the drugs, Prozac and others for depression, doctors would prescribe cigarettes. Call for Philip Morris. I'd walk a mile for a camel. It was always a doctor in his white coat and his stethoscope. He'd walk a mile for a camel. That's probably why their average lifespan is 56. Hospitals overcharge patients by 1,000%. They'll charge you $500 for a 3-cent latex examining glove. And nobody pays attention because insurance pays or Medicare pays. So when you get the statement in the mail, you just throw it in a drawer, burn it, throw it in the trash. Nobody sits there and goes item by item to see what you were charged. Every time doctors go on strike who work for hospitals or on the hospital staff as opposed to owning their own clinic, every time doctors go on strike in hospitals all over the world, whether it's England or Israel or the United States, the death rate goes down. That's a fact. You can Google it. Death rate in hospitals when doctors are on strike. People don't die anymore. This doctor, Jerry Block from Tulsa, Oklahoma, I go there quite often. There's so many churches in Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's called Tulsa Jerusalem because there's so many churches there. And he was fined $105,000, which is chump change to him, for billing Medicare. He would charge people for things he didn't do. He would charge people for things he did that they didn't need. And the $105,000 was not a big deal for him. It was kind of chump change to him. But when 200 patients lined up to sue him for $5 to $10 million each because he'd cut things off that they didn't have to have done, but he needed the money, he jumped off a 20-story building and committed suicide in October of 2015. Prescription drug abuse is reaching crisis proportions. Right now, 59% of American adults are on 5 or more prescription drugs. The medical system has failed us terribly here. And primarily, they like to use addictive drugs, such as opioids. Why do they do that? Because you have to come in every month, get your prescription fulfilled. That way, they keep getting the office fees. Okay? It became such a big story. It was a cover story in Time magazine in June of 2015. This is one of my favorite articles, a full-page article, and had to chop it up a little bit. Came out February 5th, 2007. Full-page article in USA Today. The title is a little vanilla for me, Patient Protect Thyself. And the line, which appears to be a line just above Patient Protect Thyself, is really a list of some of the sources that they got the information from. The Institute of Medicine, the Ethics Watchdog for the Medical System, the Journal of the American Medical Association, the most prestigious medical journal, certainly in America, maybe the world, and then the Center for Disease Control, which is a federal agency that tracks this stuff. And the figure I'm going to give you, which came from those agencies, is a yearly figure. This is not 100 years of accumulated data. This is a yearly figure, according to them, and that's in the kind of upper left-hand corner under medical mistakes. It says, each year in America, medical doctors kill, injure, and infect 15 million patients, right here in America alone. Each year in America, medical doctors kill, injure, and infect 15 million patients each year. Let's just look at 2006. Again, this is the Institute of Medicine did the study. And they just looked at decimal point errors, where the prescribing physician actually had some decimal mistakes, or the fulfilling pharmacist made some decimal point mistakes. These types of mistakes, yearly figure, are tallied up at 1.5 million fatalities and permanent injuries each year from decimal point mistakes in prescriptions. Let's just look at infections in hospitals each year, just American hospitals. This is the Center for Disease Control, the federal agency that tracks this stuff. They say that there's 2 million infections each year from one bug, C. diff, Clostridium difficile, which is a human poop bacteria. And they tracked it through hidden cameras that doctors just don't wash their hands after they go potty. Things that you teach a 3-year-old to do. Doctors don't wash their hands after they go potty, and results in 2 million infections each year in hospitals. And of those 2 million infections, you look at the second paragraph on the left-hand column. It says, of these 2 million patients that are infected each year in hospitals, 90,000 die each year. 90,000 die from these infections because doctors simply don't wash their hands after they go potty. I'm going to give you a theoretical problem here. What if North Korea, what if Iran, what if ISIS were to send over an intercontinental ballistic missile with a biological weapon and infect large population centers? Like Newark, New Jersey, Philadelphia. What about New York? What about Atlanta? What about Dallas, Texas? What about LA? What about Chicago? Infect 2 million people with that biological weapon and kill 90,000. It'd be war, wouldn't it? Well, here's one trade that does it every year in their office, their workplace. They don't even get an OSHA ticket. They get a walk every time. And that's because people make the mistake of loving their doctor more than they love God. I want you to appreciate that every time you see something in the newspaper that a certain drug has been recalled because it's wounding or hurting people, or a device, medical device, such as the endoscopes from above and the colonoscopic examination from below, are hurting people, they pull them off the market. The FDA will pull them off the market. Well, when they withdraw these things, whether it's the drugs or the medical devices, guess what? The FDA is the one who approved them.
That's right. That's right.
And they approved them taking the advice without challenge from the people who made them. There's all this hanky-panky under the table. Death rates rising for middle-aged white Americans because they're all getting on these opioid drugs from the doctors. This doctor who billed for surgeries that were not performed, particularly he said that people had cancer, he got 175 years in prison. This is from Detroit, but I guarantee you he won't spend that much time there. He'll get out in 2 years. Medical guesswork. When doctors don't know what you have, they won't say, I really don't know. I'm going to give you another appointment next week for free. And you come in, and in the meantime, between now and then, I'm going to contact the university, I'm going to contact CDC, and I'll have some answers for you in a couple of weeks. Instead, they'll always say, you have an autoimmune disease, your body's attacking itself. And I can help your symptoms, but I can't totally deal with this disease because your body's attacking itself. Or he might say, did your mom or dad have this? Because he's looking for genetics, right? And did your brother and sisters have it? No. And then he gets desperate and he'll say, does your dog have it? Each surgeon in the United States makes thousands of errors each year. Each surgeon in the United States makes thousands of errors yearly. This was first shown in 1990 by Lucien Lepay, who's the head of the Department of Public Health at Harvard School of Medicine, 1990, and he did it again in 2014. And, we're talking about take out the normal lung, leave the cancerous lung in. Cut off your right leg when you should have taken your left cataract out. Give you a heart replacement when you just went in there to have a stent put in. Now, how does this happen? Well, according to Lucien Lepay, the head of the Department of Public Health at Harvard Medical School, 1990 and 2014, he said, and he did this study, he went and got blood samples from these doctors saying, hey, we're doing a study on doctors, and they just volunteered and gave their blood on hundreds of them. And he found out that 52% of the doctors in emergency rooms and surgical suites in their private clinics, 52% are intoxicated every day when they go to work on alcohol, street drugs, and prescription drugs. We did it again in 2014, got the same answer. Now, what I want you to do is email your federal and state representatives, your federal and state senators, your governors, your presidents, and ask that doctors have to breathe into a breathalyzer test before they're allowed, their key won't work in their office if they're not sober. And they have to pee in front of a nurse into a cup because I don't want them to bring their dog's urine, right? They have to pee in the cup, and then the nurse will have a test strip to put in their screen for drugs. And if he passes everything every morning, he gets to go to work. If he flunks, he goes to jail for 3 months and has his license taken away. Why should you suffer death and injury? I mean, they test athletes when they win a gold medal. They test them for drugs, for goodness sakes. CAT scans cause cancer. One CAT scan gives you the radiation of 500 chest x-rays. Even the government says don't get them. There's a procedure called a high-resolution ultrasound, which will give you the same information as a CAT scan, but the doctor only makes $50 for the high-resolution ultrasound. He makes $2,500 from a CAT scan. Mammograms are not prevention. One mammogram gives you the radiation of 500 chest x-rays, ladies. And so your doctor insists that you must have a mammogram. What I want you to do is this. Doctor, I've been your patient for 10, 15, 20 years, whatever it is, and I really appreciate you, and that's why I keep coming to you. And I know you're probably insisting that I do this mammogram because you're concerned about my health. But I'm concerned about the safety. I've been reading a lot of things in the papers and seeing things on TV and hearing on the radio, and there's a problem with the safety of mammograms. So I want you to prove to me that it's safe, and then I'll do it. If you can prove to me it's safe, I can do it. And the doctor, if he's smart, will say, well, okay, how can I help you? What can I do? What question can I answer for you to help you feel comfortable about the safety of a mammogram? And ladies, here's what you say. Sir, if you'll put your testicles in that machine, remember, I'm quoting you now, ladies. I am woman. And I guarantee there will never be another recommendation for a mammogram. This is obviously a Canadian story, and it deals with an American story that was put out in 2011 by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. A presidential cabinet post supervises this, the U.S. Surgeon General, and it became a Canadian story. And what they're saying is that each month in America, medical doctors kill 15,000 seniors over the age of 65 because they send them in for unnecessary screening tests and what they would call minor procedures. That's 180,000 a year, seniors that are killed by unnecessary testing and procedures because the doctor needs the income to pay his bills. Now, most people didn't read this article because the headline intimates that this is a governmental problem. U.S. healthcare wastes $750 billion a year. Say, what's new? The government wastes a lot of money, and so what should be surprising there? But this is not what the story said. What the story said was your doctor, your primary care physician, your GP, actually bills for things he didn't do, like that guy that went to prison for 175 years, and he bills for things he did do to you but you didn't need because he didn't want to pay back a student loan. He just bills you, you pay him, he pays the university and doesn't have to pay it back. He uses you as an ATM machine. Now, at this point, I have to tell you a little story. And you'll see some of this in a moment. I've worked a lot with the African American, the black community, all over the world since 1991. And there's reasons for that, which I'll get to in a moment. But just before she died, Coretta Scott King called me because I've been working with her son, Martin Luther King III, and with his weight problem and diabetes and so forth. And she said to me in her condo, I spent 4 hours with her, she and I alone, it was a blessing. What a great woman. And she said to me, yes, Dr. Wallach, I'm dying of cancer. The universities and the cancer doctors have given up on me. I've only got months to live. And it's time for the march from the Ebenezer Baptist Church to the King Center for Dr. King's birthday. And I want to march one last time. She says, I don't think I can physically make it. And she had all kinds of terrible complications for her cancer. I said, well, Mrs. King, would you like me to help you with your cancer? She said, no, I've already made up my mind. I'm ready to be with Martin. And I really just want to do this one last march. So she shared with me what her complications were, what her restrictions were, and we came up with a program, and praise God, she was able, when the time came, she was able to complete that march. So we give God all the credit on that one, right? But the beautiful thing out of that 4 hours that I spent with Coretta Scott King was this. I said, ma'am, I have one question to ask you, if I may, about Dr. King. She said, oh, please, anything. And I said, well, when Dr. King knew he'd won the civil rights movement, when he knew legislation was coming, did he kind of fold his tent and say, okay, it's time to retire and I can just go back to preaching in my church? Or what was his thinking when he won such a great, great thing? And she said, oh, that wasn't the end for him. That was just the beginning. She said the medical system was next. Because he knew that the medical system in the U.S., and this is all in my newest book, which is the bestseller, as you've seen, it goes into great detail what Dr. King knew. How many of you have heard of the Tuskegee experiment? Okay. That was one of the nicest things that the medical system ever did to the black people compared to all the terrible things that were done to them. And most of them are listed in that book, Epigenetics. And it was a horrible thing. She said Dr. King knew this, and he was going after the medical system next to make sure that the black community was not taken advantage of. Okay? Not being used as an ATM machine, not being used as an experimental animal. In 1980, it was 1 out of 250,000 kids had autism. Now it's 1 out of 45. How'd that happen? Well, there's two reasons. Number one, there's enormous incentive. There's enormous incentive for a pediatrician to diagnose a child with autism because the statistics are over a 5-year period with an autistic kid, regardless of the age, over a 5-year period, the pediatrician will make $2 million. So why wouldn't every kid that comes in have autism? Secondly, the brain requires 90 essential nutrients, 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids, and our children don't even have half a chance to get that anymore. When I was a kid, for breakfast we'd have beets, and we'd have sweet potatoes, and we'd have eggs, have steak for breakfast, or a hamburger patty. Today they get Fruity Pebbles and apple juice on the way to the daycare center. This little Latino girl, 28 years old, was from a low-income family, and so she was using county facilities for her prenatal care, and when she got pregnant, for her pregnancy monitoring. The day came to have her baby. The doctor who'd been monitoring her, they paged him, and he's playing golf. He's on the 14th hole, and he said, "Oh, this is her first pregnancy. It'll take a little while. Keep me informed." And so 45 minutes later, they page him again. "Oh, this baby's crowning. This baby's coming quick. Got to be here. There's no other doctors here. If she needs a cesarean, if the baby needs something special, there's nobody here to do anything. You got to be here, doctor." We came in 45 minutes later, just as the baby was crowning, and he goes right through the scrub room, didn't wash his hands, cut her arms and legs off, and then delivered the baby. Now, he did it 6 months later to another woman who had interrupted his golf game. He's still working at that county hospital in Orlando, Florida, because it's a county hospital, it's a government hospital with a big union, they can't fire him. Now, if I was her daddy, I'd have been found guilty of temporary insanity. And that fellow would not hurt anybody else. This is in England. This was a delivery where the mother had a very small pelvic canal through her pelvis. It was obvious the baby's not going to be able to be delivered normally. And so they had planned in advance for a C-section. And I don't know why. Maybe he's intoxicated. Maybe he's just in a hurry. But he entered his hands into the birth canal and pulled on the baby's head and pulled the baby's head off from the neck vertebrae. The skin was still there, just holding the head on. So he pushes the baby back in. Then he does a cesarean section. Oh, this baby was born this way. Well, fortunately, a nurse reported him, and I have to find out what the follow-up is. There's not a single disease that's caused by genetics. The concept of disease being caused by genetics is an overreach by the medical system and the scientific community. Back in the days of Darwin, back in the early 1800s, he knew that in Scotland, where the mother had red hair and the father had red hair, all babies had red hair. Also in Scotland or Ireland, couples that had black hair, maybe out of every 10 babies, there'd be one born with red hair, and they thought there was hanky-panky going on at the time, right? But they kind of realized by doing animal things in agriculture that there's messages that both the mother and father give the baby, and there was hidden messages. And they could appear sometimes in the babies, whether it was an animal or a human. And then, of course, with Gregor Mendel's pea experiments, he was a priest that did this sort of thing. They began to think of genetics. And then every time a baby's born with a problem, they say, "Oh, it's genetic." Well, it turns out that all birth defects, I'm going to repeat that, all birth defects are caused by nutritional deficiency of the embryo. Even sickle cell anemia. I'm finding sickle cell anemia in hummingbirds and deer and antelope. I'm finding sickle cell anemia in white folks, but it's called thalassemia in white folks because you can't have black genes in white folks or white genes in black folks. They give it the same disease, different names. I mean, come on, you got to protect your industry, right? Well, in 1961, on a grant from the National Institutes of Health, actually, I'll take that back. That's not true. I'm ahead of myself here. In 1961, I actually ran into the first mass die-off in America from pollution, 1961. I was a graduate student. I'd already graduated agricultural school at the University of Missouri, was into my third year of veterinary school. And so I was a graduate student, and I was taking pathology courses, and it was December of 61 when all the professors were off and the graduate students were in charge of the services, and I was in charge of the services for pathology. And I ran into the first mast cell from pollution, did all the chemistries, got it right, and published it. And so I was published at age 21 with a scientific study in veterinary journals, medical journals, and books. Well, after graduating veterinary school, Marlon Perkins from the old Mutual Omaha Wild Kingdom show on TV, I had worked for him during the summer times as a kid. He sent me to Central and South Africa, what is now Zimbabwe, which used to be Southern Rhodesia and the Republic of South Africa, back in the 60s. And I think it was 66, 67 I was there, 2 years. And my job was to catch rhino, white rhino, because they were on the list where they were going to be rare and endangered and go extinct. There's only 400 left south of the Zambezi River, and I caught 200 of them. Half of them sent them back to the States. So if you see a white rhino in a zoo or wild animal park, it's either one that I caught or offsprings of the ones that I caught. So I'm very proud of that. We saved a species. Now there's 10,000 of them, both in the wild and in captivity combined. So it was a great project. After 2 years of working on that, Perkins sends me a letter saying he's got this grant from the National Institutes of Health. And since I had given him a copy of that paper on the mast cell from pollution, he wanted me to be the pathologist on the project because we were going to study pollution. It was called the Center for the Biology of Natural Systems, and the Department of Biology at Washington University, the St. Louis Zoo, the Shaw's Botanical Gardens. And to make a long story short, this was the director, Marlon Perkins was the biologist, and I was a pathologist. And after 10 years, I had done 20,000 autopsies, 10 million chemistries, 10 million slides of special stains, and 17,000 some change of those 20,000 autopsies were 454 species of zoo animals, and then there were 3,000 humans. The data from that provided the information for 75 scientific papers were published in medical journals and veterinary journals and chemistry journals. But also the book contained all the data from these 20,000 autopsies and 10 million chemistries. It's 1,200 pages. It's in the Smithsonian Institute as a national treasure. When they sold them back in the late 70s when it came out, it was selling for $140 a piece, which was thought to be a great price for a book like that because back then a textbook was $30 or $50. So $140 was just like outrageous. They printed 10,000 copies, the top medical publishing house in the world, W.B. Saunders, and they sold them out in 2 weeks, $140 a piece. Well, today, if you can get one all beat up on eBay or Amazon used books, you can get one that's all beat up and dog-eared and underlined and highlighted and coffee stains all over it for less than $2,000. You better get it. If you can get one that's still in the box and wrapped up and the cover was never opened, they're going for $25,000 each because of the information in it. It's going to cost $1 billion to redo that study, and back then it cost them $25 million to do the study. Today it'd be $1 billion. So universities are prepared to spend $25,000 for the book. So you want to be looking for them in used bookstores and things. You might hit the jackpot. All birth defects, again, are caused by nutritional deficiency. The embryos have nothing to do with genetics. The double helix structure was proposed in 1953 by James Watson, an American on your left, and Francis Crick, a British guy on your right. They collaborated and came up with the proposal that the structure of DNA was a double helix. By 2003 to 2011, we'd mapped out the human genome. We knew all the human genes, and they had been placed on various chromosomes, and they attributed certain diseases to each of the genes on the chromosomes. And 850 biotech companies were formed, and over a period of 60 years, between 53 and 2013, they had spent more than, I don't know, something like $8-10 trillion worldwide looking to find a way to genetically engineer stuff to replace the bad genes in people and get rid of disease. Over a 60-year period, they were unable to do this. And what we learned because of my study, and this is why the book is in the Smithsonian Institute as a national treasure, sickle cell anemia is not a genetic thing. I can take a black woman with sickle cell anemia and a black man with sickle cell anemia, and they can have 10 kids, and not one of them will have sickle cell anemia. Because I'm going to give her everything she needs to make that embryo perfect. Okay, it's an inborn error metabolism, they call it. And what it is, and again, I'm the guy that discovered it because I'm seeing these things in hummingbirds and deer. It's supposed to be a black genetic disease, but it's in all these animals, all these vertebrates, non-human. It turns out it's a birth defect of the bone marrow. It's kind of like a cleft palate in the bone marrow. And so when the bone marrow was forming in the 3rd to 7th week of pregnancy, there wasn't enough of the right nutrients to form perfect bone marrow, which makes hemoglobin. And so the hemoglobin that is formed from this defect is dysfunctional hemoglobin. is not genetic. Now, they didn't have the knowledge to know back then it wasn't genetic because the baby was born from it or with it. Okay, to them it meant it was genetic. The same disease in white folks is thalassemia. And then, of course, another inborn error metabolism, that's not genetic is lactose intolerance. When the lactase enzyme mechanism is being formed in the pancreas and the small intestines early in pregnancy, something's missing. Mama doesn't do that properly. And so if you're going to go to an ice cream party and have some fun, you need to take a lactase enzyme capsule so you'll be ready for all the lactose. Same thing with type 1 diabetes. It's not genetic. There's supposed to be 500,000 per islet of Langerhans of these beta cells which manufacture insulin. But in somebody who's a type 1, they only have 10. Not 10,000, just 10. Just barely enough cells to make enough insulin so that a little baby can be okay. But once they hit 6, 8, 10 years old, pre-pubic, they're growing rapidly because of growth hormones coming out. They don't have enough insulin, and they're recognized having type 1 diabetes. Lipid storage diseases, Tay-Sachs disease, all these things are thought to be genetic. It turns out they're just nothing but a inborn error metabolism. Mama's missing something as the baby's going down the assembly line. Epigenetics is a current best-selling book. The Death of the Genetic Theory of Disease Transmission. You'll see why this is said in a moment. That's me back in 1977. And Black Gene Lies. This is a book, and if I may, I'm going to take my coat off because I'm getting cooked by these lights up here. Thank you, Pastor. Okay, this book's publication was paid for by Pastor Creflo Dollar from Atlanta, Georgia. How many of you have heard of him? Okay, good. Yeah, great gentleman. He and his wife, Pastor Taffy, and I was just so happy to see that the pastors here at the churches know him and everybody knows each other very well. At any rate, back in 1991, I was introduced to him by Andy Young, who I've worked with a lot from the Civil Rights Movement, Mayor of Atlanta and Ambassador to the United Nations. And he told me that Pastor Dollar's 11-year-old daughter had a genetic form of asthma that only black kids get, and she wasn't responding to the maintenance medication for asthma. And the doctors had pulled Pastor Dollar aside and said, look, she's not going to make it. She's one of these kids that just is not going to make it, so steel yourself, prepare, because she's a child that's not going to make it. So I was introduced to him, and I listened. He said, yeah, we give her like 5 or 6 different medications. They try it for months, it doesn't work, and they try different medications, it doesn't work. Well, maintenance medication for asthma works to prevent asthma attacks. Now, it doesn't cure it, but it will prevent asthma attacks. So the reason I surmised that she wasn't responding to these drugs, she wasn't absorbing them. She just wasn't absorbing them. And so I put her on a gluten-free diet so her intestines would recover, because when you're gluten intolerant, your intestines lose the ability to absorb things. So I put her on a gluten-free diet, gave her the 90 essential nutrients appropriate for her body weight for an 11-year-old kid who's very skinny because she's obviously not absorbing nutrients and so forth. And praise God, in 2 weeks she was cured. Well, Pastor Dollar, unsolicited, gave me a large sum of money, a check. And I said, well, I didn't ask for anything, Pastor. He said, no, this is not for you. This is for you to do the study to find out what causes diseases that are said to be genetic in the black community that are not. I want to know how to prevent them. I want to know how to cure them. So I spent the money as he wished and came up with this book. And he bought the first 100,000 copies. And we sell about 1 million of these a year. Every black child in the world needs to read this book because it goes into what causes, how to prevent and reverse sickle cell anemia, asthma, obesity, type 2 diabetes, Alzheimer's disease, cardiovascular disease, high blood pressure. None of those things are, in fact, genetic. They're all simple nutritional deficiency diseases, easily prevented and easily reversed. It's all in the book, Black Gene Lies. And there's Pastor Dollar, and now this 11-year-old girl who's now 30. Hooah! Okay, this was a study I did in the early 1960s when I came back from Africa. Every day, just about, we were in the newspapers in the central part of the United States, including Missouri and Illinois and Indiana, because of all the work we were doing, all these autopsies, we're finding all these diseases. And of course, the center wanted to let people know we were spending their money well, and so they're sending out news releases. And Monsanto, the chemical company, had a main office in St. Louis, and they donated big hydroponics units, a building that had all these trays and racks and watering systems and fertilizing systems. And you could grow soybeans, you could grow corn, you could grow barley grass or wheat, whatever you wanted to grow in there, tomatoes. And they opted to set it up for barley grass. So it would be almost like giving a pasture to an animal in a cage in a zoo. And Marlon Perkins said to me, okay, Wallach, we need to find out if we're going to be wasting a lot of time here. Are the animals going to eat it, first of all? Secondly, is it going to be of benefit to them, or is it just something to play with and roll around on and give them diarrhea and more things to clean up? So find out for me. So to make a long story short, there was a pair of mallard ducks, simple barnyard ducks, in one of the zoo ponds. And every spring, it happened to be spring, they'd lay fertile eggs, and the eggs were being fed to the various animals that would eat eggs. And so I said, don't give the fertile eggs to the animals anymore. What I want you to do is start putting them in the refrigerator. When you get 125 of them, let me know. Well, 3 months later, we had 125 of these fertile eggs in the refrigerator, just like human frozen embryos kind of thing, right? And I set up 4 groups. Group number 1 got chopped up head iceberg lettuce for 6 weeks. Group number 2 got only the chopped up hydroponically grown barley grass from this new hydroponics unit. Group number 3, the one that has the ruler on it, got the Ralston Purina scientifically constructed duck pellets for raising baby ducks. You know, you notice that the one with the ruler on it is like 3 times as big as the other 2 groups. And then the hydroponically grown barley grass and duck pellets together, group number 4, I called it the baby Huey group, because they were 5 times bigger than the number 1 and number 2 groups. Same mother, father. The mother and father were eating the same food for the entire 2 or 3 months, whatever it was, to get the 125 eggs. And the only genetic difference between them was some were boys and some were girls. Otherwise, the genes were exactly the same, because the same mother, father, same food they got for that period of time where they were laying those fertile eggs. And the only one that got the nutrients in such a level that it allowed them to get the genetic potential for health and longevity and fending off disease and size and fitness and so forth was the one that got both the hydroponically grown barley grass and duck pellets. Now, this experiment was written up in scientific journals. It's a big portion of a book called Rare Earths Forbidden Cures. And also, of course, it became the first scientific study done on the science of epigenetics. It was in the mid-60s, in 1967, I believe. And I'm considered one of the 3 fathers of the science of epigenetics as a result of that one little experiment. High blood pressure, I probably went too fast there, apologize. High blood pressure in blacks not genetic. Okay. Say simple nutritional deficiency. The death of the genetic theory of disease transmission. Remember James Watson? He was the one, along with Francis Crick, proposed the double helix structure of DNA. And he was asked in March of 2013 to give a progress report. Where are we at? It had been 60 years since they had proposed in 1953. The structure of DNA was a double helix. And over those 60 years, there had not been one disease cured with genetic engineering. There had been not one disease prevented with genetic engineering. What was going on? Where were we going wrong? What's our status of genetics? He gets up in front of an illustrious group in San Diego, California. I was at the University of California, San Diego, and the Salk Institute was there to be the host. And there were 300 invited people. I was not one of them. And 150 of them, half of them were Nobel Prize winners from all over the world. They were one of the best minds in the world for this presentation. The other 150 were heads of departments of genetics and biochemistry and chemistry at medical schools all over North America, Canada, United States, and Mexico. And he got in front of this illustrious group, kind of like I'm standing in front of you now, and I'm going to quote him now. He said, you can sequence the genes of 150,000 people that have what we believe are genetically transmitted disease, such as sickle cell anemia, type 2 diabetes, things like cancer, and you're not going to cure a single person. Now he said a few more things, and I'm going to quote him again. He said, because all the experiments we've done over the last 60 years in genetics have been irrelevant. I guarantee at that moment, every heart in that room started palpitating, eyebrows went up, people stopped breathing. And then he spoke for a little bit more, and then he said, because nothing we have thought to be genetically transmitted is, it's all biochemistry, a.k.a. nutritional deficiencies. And then they fired him. They fired him. The National Institutes of Health, you may remember that, they fired him. Now, the first 90 days of pregnancy, the first trimester is when the baby's going down the assembly line. If mother's missing something, it's kind of like going down the assembly line in Detroit, and the guy who has to put in the fuel pump has to go to the bathroom. He doesn't stop the line. He doesn't have somebody come in and fill in. Maybe 40 cars go by. By the time he gets back, there's 40 cars without a fuel pump. Same thing is true with the mother with that baby. As the baby's farming, she has to have everything perfect, all 16 minerals, all 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids, in optimal amounts to manufacture that baby properly as God saw fit to make us, okay? After that 90 days, it's all growth. Of course, you can see how a human embryo, as it's developing, requires stuff. Another way of looking at this is you can take a blueprint of your dream home, buy your dream lot on a lake or in the mountains, and you throw that blueprint onto the lot and come back a year later. Is that house built? No. The deer ate the blueprint and the weeds are chest high. There's no house because you needed skilled craftsmen, concrete layers, carpenters, roofers. You needed roofing shingles. You needed wood. You needed drywall. You needed brick. You needed all this stuff. Same way with your genes. They are nothing but a blueprint. Doctors yet still believe that genes are autonomous. They're going to do what they're going to do regardless of how you eat, what you do. It's not genetics anymore. It's all epigenetics. Okay, what are OBGYNs doing wrong? They should be held accountable for all this. That the fact that our children are not going to live as long as us. They'll be the first generation in America that our children do not live as long as us. And that's because when the woman first comes, whether she's an 18-year-old, or she's going there because she has PMS, she hasn't started her period, and she's concerned about that sort of stuff, or she's going through menopause, or whatever. But those in the childbearing years, the OBGYN nor his nurse either give them a CD, a DVD, or a pamphlet or a booklet that says you must take all 90 essential nutrients to prevent birth defects. What I want you to do is when somebody in your family or somebody you know or somebody in your church family or somebody in your workplace, either they are young kids are dating seriously or they're getting engaged or they're getting married, don't give them money, don't give them gift certificates. Do not give them towels with their initials monogrammed on it. Don't give them a set of linens to start their household. You give them the 90 essential nutrients so you won't be a grandparent babysitting a special needs child. A disease called MS, multiple sclerosis, historically has been a disease of 35 to 50-year-old people when it's diagnosed. Depending on the number of lesions in the brain, how severe they are, you might live another 25 years, gradually getting worse and worse and worse, and doctors try to manage the symptoms. But today, babies are being born with MS, multiple sclerosis, and they die within the first 2 years. Why? Because of free radicals, fried foods, processed meats, things like deli slices, sandwich meat, sausage, ham, bacon, bologna, salami, pepperoni, jerky, corned beef, spam. Things like oils, microwave popcorn, theater popcorn, olive oil, coconut oil, margarines, mayonnaise, salad dressing, cooking oils. These turn into trans fats, which then causes inflammatory damage of the white matter of the brain. This is where you get MS. Circulating around the mother's blood, goes into the baby's placenta, goes into the baby, and causes the problem in babies. We didn't have that stuff when I was a kid because we didn't have those types of foods. 2-year-olds get strokes now. They get a blood clot in the brain, get a stroke, and die. That never happened when I was a kid. Strokes are caused by omega-3 essential fatty acid deficiency. It has nothing to do with cholesterol and saturated fat. Lupus is a very simple nutritional deficiency disease. It's not autoimmune. I don't care if you've had it for 30 years, it's reversible. You get on a gluten-free diet so you can absorb the nutrients. You get on all 90 essential nutrients with a little bit of what we call the secret sauce so your body can rebuild itself, and lo and behold, God works his magic. Down syndrome, you've all heard of Down syndrome. Down syndrome is caused by a deficiency of a single mineral in the first division after the sperm fertilizes the egg. You're a one-celled human being. If that mineral's there in optimal amounts, the baby won't get Down syndrome. But if there's not optimal amounts of that one mineral, there's a high probability that there'll be a Down syndrome baby. Well, up until about 25, 30 years ago, The word was amongst the OBGYNs and middle-aged women that middle-aged women over age 35 were more apt to have a Down syndrome baby. How many of you heard that? Over 35, you're more likely to have a Down syndrome baby. Yeah, that was the way things were going. Well, today, women in their 20s and teens who get pregnant are the ones more likely to have a Down syndrome baby. Now, Down syndrome is reversible in the first 2.5 months of pregnancy. For either an amniocentesis test or an ultrasound, you can see the baby has Down syndrome, and it's reversible at that point. I've done it many, many times. My most famous one was Lauren Knievel, Evel Knievel's niece-in-law. And it's one of those God things I call it. You give the body what it needs, even as an embryo, it will repair itself. Cerebral palsy, you've all seen that in various degrees. It's a disease in which the cerebellum, the small part of the brain in the back, controls the fine motor movement. As it's underdeveloped because mama didn't have everything she needed in optimal amounts for the proper time when that part of the brain was developing. And the degree and the level of severity of cerebral palsy is directly related to how long the mother's deficiency was, how severe the deficiency was, and so forth. This girl cost you $5 million a year to take care of her. Instead of her cerebellum, when she was a 6-pound baby, instead of her cerebellum being the size of a small tangerine, is the size of a grape. Okay? And so she's totally disabled. But she can have perfectly normal babies because this isn't genetic. She can marry a perfectly normal young man. She can marry a boy with cerebral palsy, and they can use artificial insemination or whatever you want to do, how to get them pregnant. They can have a perfectly normal baby as long as she is taking the 90 cents of nutrients. Because this is not genetic. And of course, the cerebellum is that piece that looks like a grapefruit that's been sliced through in the lower right-hand corner of the brain. The smaller it is, the more catastrophic the cerebellum disease, cerebral palsy is. Another one of my lawsuits against the FDA was spina bifida. Women who know about spina bifida or heard of it, you know that folic acid in the prenatal vitamins is one of the things that I forced the FDA to do. There was 3 of us actually that sued the FDA to get folic acid in prenatal vitamins to prevent this. It's a terrible disease, totally unnecessary. It cripples children when it's this advanced. Can occur anywhere along the spinal cord, but 80% of the time it's in the lumbar area. Siamese twins is a nutritional deficiency of the embryo. Why do they wait so long to separate these kids? That's because they only have one liver in between them. Triplets, but there's only 3 sets of legs. The 2 small sets of legs, there's no torso, no head, no arms, and it took a series of surgeries to separate them off safely, but it's totally preventable. Congenital deafness, where the baby's born deaf, has nothing to do with genetics. It's a simple deficiency of a single mineral. We've known that since 1964. But doctors continue to form institutions to raise money to find the gene. And what I would do is say, you know, doctor, I would love to donate money to this fund to find the gene for deafness. But what I want to do before I donate money, I want to see a copy of your taxes from last year. Because I want to see how that money was distributed. And that's when they'll say, I'm sorry, I can't let you see that. Wait a minute, you're a publicly, you're a public institution. I want to see your tax return. Oh, you can't see that. That's because 99% of the money that was donated wound up in his pocket as fees. Cleft palate, totally preventable. Terrible thing to inflict on a kid because mama's not getting the 90 cents of nutrients. On your left is a typical belly button hernia the size of a walnut, easily repaired with a surgery. One in the middle, one on the right-hand side is what would be called gastroschisis, where the stomach and the liver and the spleen and all the intestines are hanging out. These 2 babies died during the birth process. They should have been delivered by cesarean section. They were perfect in every way. There was nothing wrong with these babies other than that they had belly button hernias without skin over them. And everything came out during the forceful contractions during birth, and they died of vascular shock. Where was the doctor who was supposed to be monitoring them? Oh, he was in the bathroom giving himself IV drugs. Now, how many of you have heard of thalidomide? Some are old enough to remember thalidomide. There are 10,000 babies born in America. Examples are in the middle and on your left, where the babies were born without arms and legs, or severely deformed arms and legs. This is because the mothers were given a drug during pregnancy for morning sickness called thalidomide. Now, they had never tested that drug on pregnant laboratory animals to see if it impacted the embryo. 10,000 American families suffered from this. The pharmaceutical company that actually made the drug paid a couple of $1 million to the government in fines, and then the families had to suffer by themselves. Again, that had been one of the occasions where I would have been found guilty of temporary insanity. Right now, you're hearing about the Zika virus. How many of you heard of the Zika virus? Okay. These are two babies with microencephaly. The girl on your right is 10 years old. Her younger sister here is only 2 years old. Typical faces, typical what they look like because their head is very small. There's 4,700 babies born in Brazil between June and October of 2015, 4,700 babies with this defect. Now, people are blaming this on the Zika virus, although the same Zika virus occurs in just about all of South America and Mexico and the Bahamas, but nobody else has seen the same birth defect. So I suspect there's something else going on there. Okay, there's something else going on there. Are they giving these women a new drug for morning sickness? Are these women celebrating because it's some holiday there and they're all out drinking in that part of the pregnancy? I don't know. There's something else going on there because the Zika virus alone is not going to cause this. This gal on your right is 10 years old before the Zika virus. Okay? How many of you read some of the Greek mythology or heard of the Cyclops? Terrible warrior with one eye in the middle of his forehead. His greatest joy was to hold you and eat your head, kind of stuff. Well, here's a kitten with cycloptic eye. Here's a sheep with cycloptic eye. Here's a shark with cycloptic eye. So when you have two vertebrates from different families, and cat is a carnivore, lamb is a herbivore out there eating grass, and the shark, of course, is a fish-like critter, and they all have the cycloptic eye, so that tells you that it's not genetic in any way, shape, or form. It's a simple nutritional deficiency. Here's a 6-month-old human baby with cyclops because mom wasn't getting those nutrients during pregnancy. Some of these kids are strong enough that they will grow up. Now, in the third world cultures where they have villages and they're still hunter-gatherers, when you have a baby born like this, they're usually suffocated or drowned because they would be a huge burden because they're barely making enough living hunting herbs and food and catching rabbits to survive with 10, 12 families in there, let alone have 4 or 5 babies with birth defects. So you usually don't see them in third world cultures because they're dispatched, if you will, when they're born. And animals, farm animals and pet animals, reports cycloptic babies, 1 on 16,000 each year because we supplement them, so it's a fairly rare defect. In humans, it's 1 in 250. They don't see many of them because almost all of them are miscarried. Almost all miscarriages are cycloptic babies because they have so many things going wrong on the inside of them, they don't make it. At Yerkes Institute, Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia, in 1977, I found the first non-human case of cystic fibrosis. Did biopsies on the other 24 baby monkeys in that facility that did not have any relationship genetically to that monkey, and they all had cystic fibrosis. So I knew immediately it was a environmental thing. Tracked it down, did the chemistries, figured it out, published, got it ready for publication, took it to Emory University, the powers that be, Grady Memorial Hospital, and the Yerkes Primate Center, and they fired me. Should have been a Nobel Prize, but they fired me. Well, just before they fired me, on the letterhead of experts around the world, they all agreed that my tissues from this one monkey, which I didn't tell them was a monkey, I just said, what do you think this is? And they said, this is a classic example of cystic fibrosis. And so when I originally turned it in, Emory University made a news release. Hey, we're wonderful, and they beat their chest. We found the first non-human case of cystic fibrosis. We're going to have laboratory animals. We can study it, and everybody's excited. And then when I did the rest of my research and found out that it wasn't genetic, that's when they fired me. That was 1978. In 2005, the scientific journal from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and they came out with this International Laboratory Animal Research Journal, and the federal government had defunded in June of 2005 primate research, had defunded it because it's too expensive, $10,000 a day per monkey, whereas for mouse it's 10 cents a day. And so they said, you have to use mice. If you want to use monkeys, go to Warren Buffett or Bill Gates Foundation, get the money there, we're not going to give it to you. So this particular issue, they spent the entire issue looking at primate research projects that benefited human health over the years. So they took the 20th century as the example, the 20th century, and they picked the top 10 research sections in primates, top 10, which showed benefit to the humans. Number 2 out of the top 10 was my project on the cystic fibrosis monkeys back in 1977. This is 2005. The last sentence in the part on cystic fibrosis said, in brackets, Emory University refused to release the name of the young pathologist who made the discovery. Now, why did they put that in there? Because they wanted people to know they weren't that stupid, because Emory University had made a news release. It went out everywhere. Every newspaper in the world had that story when it first came out. Every newspaper in the world had that story. Well, they told these guys, if you put Wallach's name in there, we're going to fire you. And so they kind of put their toes on the free throw line as far as they could go and hope somebody else would follow up on it. And, of course, nobody did. But the story's in the book, Epigenetics. These are the kids you see with cystic fibrosis. Now, 1989, I went to Qishan Province, China, where I did those 1,700 autopsies on kids under the age of 10 that died of Qishan disease, which is cardiomyopathy heart disease, that sudden heart attack death that occurs because of a deficiency of a single mineral. And that deficiency of that same mineral is what causes cystic fibrosis. A deficiency of that same mineral is what causes muscular dystrophy. And that's not unusual. There's 147 different diseases that are caused by a calcium deficiency. Okay? So I went there to do 2,000 autopsies on these kids, and because of delays and political and national things, hoops I had to jump and so forth, it cost me a week, and so I was only able to do 1,700 instead of 2,000. But I was hoping to find 15, 20, 30 babies that had cystic fibrosis to show that there was a relationship. Well, I failed at that. I didn't find 20 kids with cystic fibrosis. I found 595, fully 35%. I found 100% of those kids that died also had muscular dystrophy. And 200 of them had SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome. Now, what was the theory for SIDS, ladies? Oh, the baby suffocated because he's sleeping on his belly instead of sleeping on his back. No. Another group of doctors said, no, they were sleeping on their back and should have been sleeping on their belly. But none of them looked, they didn't do the special stains to see the damage in the heart, which I did, turned out to be SIDS. The same deficiency that causes cystic fibrosis, the same deficiency that causes muscular dystrophy. Oh, yeah, I found 100% of those 1,700 had muscular dystrophy also. 15 years later, after dealing with thousands of Amish kids, because the Amish children have 10, 15, 20 times more muscular dystrophy and cystic fibrosis than non-Amish families, because their lifestyle is very similar to the lifestyle of these people in Qishan Province, China. So to make a long story short, I picked 100 of the best records over 15 years where their doctors said the baby was cured of muscular dystrophy, gave them to Jerry Lewis 6 years ago now. And he was excited. I said, Jerry, these are Jerry's kids. You deserve the right to make the announcements. We have found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy. He took it to the Muscular Dystrophy Association, and they fired him. That's why he hasn't done the telethon for the last 5 years. They should have their nonprofit standing taken away from them, and all the people who were on the board at that time should be put in jail. Because every kid that's born now with muscular dystrophy or dies from it is on their head. May God forgive them. Congestive heart failure, deficiency of a single vitamin, cardiomyopathy heart disease, which we just discussed, which is Qishan disease, deficiency of a single mineral, coronary artery disease is caused by inflammation, microwave popcorn, fried foods, processed meats, salad dressings, these kinds of things. Coronary thrombosis caused by deficiency of omega-3s, essential fatty acids. Cholesterol is not part of the whole deal. There's the evil one, microwave popcorn. That's one of the reasons why your children will not live as long as you. I'll show you the front page news story in a moment where this was in there, 50,000 heart attacks a year in kids, and 20,000 of them die from microwave popcorn. Remember I told you earlier that cholesterol and saturated fat doesn't cause coronary artery disease. It's inflammation from eating trans fats and heterocyclic amines. The demonization of cholesterol and saturated fat, saying that they were the cause of blocked arteries and heart attacks and so forth, was to sell a new product that Procter & Gamble wanted to sell in 1952 called Crisco. So Procter & Gamble, through the efforts of a medical doctor who was a professor of medicine at the University of Minnesota. He was also on the board of Procter & Gamble. He was also on the board of the American Heart Association. And he brokered the deal where Procter & Gamble gave the American Heart Association back in 1952 $1.7 million to endorse Crisco as a healthier way to eat than lard, cream, and butter. There's no science to show that, but they took the $1.7 million and endorsed Crisco. Oh, I have to tell you, Crisco started out in 1901. The German Navy went to a German chemist by the name of Wilhelm Naumann and said, look, we need a smokeless, synthetic, diesel submarine lubricant. And 4 years later, in 1904, he came up with what we now call Crisco. After this First World War, they didn't need it anymore, so they sold the patent to a soap manufacturing company in England, which owned it until after the Second World War, and they couldn't sell very much soap because everybody's making their own soap. And then after the Second World War, Procter & Gamble bought it through again, the efforts of Ansel Keys, that medical doctor, and they gave the American Heart Association $1.7 million to demonize cholesterol, saturated fat, lard, cream, eggs, and butter so they could sell Crisco. Now, I looked for 35 years to find the paper. There was a pivotal paper showing that saturated fat and Crisco cause heart disease and artery disease. Couldn't find it. And then about 3 years ago now, a billionaire who I'm helped with his health, I was up in Canada. He shipped me a copy of the Wall Street Journal. It was a 2 full-page article on the story of how Procter & Gamble paid the American Heart Association $1.7 million to demonize cholesterol and saturated fat so they could sell Crisco. And they weren't selling much, even though the American Heart Association endorsed Crisco. They couldn't sell much still because it wasn't very romantic or sexy. So Keys decided to come up with a program that made it more sexy to eat Crisco, and he came up with the Mediterranean diet. The Mediterranean diet was never a study. It was always just a sales campaign to sell Crisco. Get over it. There's Qishan, China. And of course, in January of 2015, another one of our lawsuits with the FDA, we got selenium being approved to put into infant formulas. Sometime in the next couple of days, I want you to go by a pharmacy or go by a grocery store and look at infant formulas. Look at the analyses label on the infant formula, the ingredients label. There's going to be 3 to 5 minerals in there. We need 60. Where's the baby going to get the other 57 to 55? Unless you supplement them, you're going to be burying them, is what it comes down to. Well, we got selenium to be able to be put in there now. So in the next couple of months, they should be adding the selenium. Remember, SIDS is caused by a deficiency of this mineral. Muscular dystrophy is caused by a deficiency of this mineral. Cardiomyopathy, heart disease is caused by a deficiency of this mineral, and also is cystic fibrosis. And these are the Chinese kids. Qishan province is that red province up in the upper right-hand corner, kind of like New England and China, mainland China. Fred Kern, professor of medicine, University of Colorado. Normal plasma cholesterol in an 88-year-old man eats 25 eggs a day. Came out March of 1991 in the New England Journal of Medicine, a publication from Harvard Medical School. And he's examining this guy and showing newly graduated doctors how to examine a senior. And he says, wait a minute, all your blood tests there says you're in your 50s and you look like you're 50 and then your birth date says you're 88. Is this you? He says, yeah, that's me. He says, everybody says that. What do you attribute your youthful looks to and your health, which we can document according to the blood work? He says, well, he stood up and he threw his shoulders back and puffed his chest out. And he said, I eat 25 eggs a day. And of course, that mortified the doctor. That's not what he wanted these students to hear. And he says, okay, sir. I could see him fanning himself. That wasn't in the report, but I could see him fanning himself with a clipboard. Very nervous. He said, okay, why did you eat 25 eggs a day? And he said, that's because it made me more studly. I want you to think about this. Testosterone, estrogen, progesterone, and adrenal hormones are 4 steroid hormones, and they're 95% by weight cholesterol. So you go on a cholesterol-restricted diet, you take statin drugs to lower your cholesterol, there ain't nobody home anymore. Now, the pharmacy industry, the pharmaceutical industry loved that. They came out with Viagra and Cialis, and now they got women's Viagra. They're having the time of their lives. And of course, they're pumping out statin drugs as much as they can to get you in that situation. They're burning the candle. They're burning your candle at both ends, so to speak. These 3 Time magazine covers gives you the whole story of cholesterol. There's a picture in 1961 of Ansel Keys, the guy who brokered the deal between Procter & Gamble and the American Heart Association for that $1.7 million. He was considered the savior of the American cardiovascular system because he pointed out for the first time that cholesterol was a demon. He looks like a Nazi, doesn't he? In the Time magazine cover in 1984, again demonizing cholesterol, was a paid ad. Then, 2014 cover article, Time magazine, eat butter! Why scientists labeled saturated fat the enemy and why they were wrong. It was a 5-page story on Ansel Keys and how he brokered the deal for $1.7 million to get the American Heart Association to endorse Crisco without one scientific article on it. The culture on earth that has the fewest cardiovascular events, they have no heart attacks, no strokes, are the Inuit Eskimos above the Arctic Circle. They actually live on nothing but whale meat and whale blubber, walrus meat and walrus blubber, seal meat and seal blubber, bear meat and bear fat. They don't eat fruit. They don't eat vegetables. They don't eat nuts. They don't eat grain. Their cholesterol is run 350 to 500. This has been reported at least 25 times a year for the last 12, 15 years. Doctors don't pay attention to this. They're the ones that came up with the concept of sit around the fire and chew the fat. See, they're all eating raw whale fat right here. Now, the only time they're going to get a heart attack or a stroke is if they come to New Jersey and eat like you. Bam, you're dead. Salt is not bad. In fact, salt has 2 very, very, very essential nutrients, sodium and chloride. And doctors in their ignorance have demonized, again, sodium and chloride. They're both essential nutrients. And any doctor who tells you you need to restrict salt, you got high blood pressure, you should immediately get up, walk out, go home, and on the internet fire them immediately because they have shortened your life by about 25 years if you get on a salt-restricted diet. 1982, salt a new villain. 2014, salt doesn't cause high blood pressure. I said that in 71 in some of my publications. Science News, very famous, very well-respected scientific journal. The lead article in June of 2012, good cholesterol not beneficial. Well, wait a minute, my doctor says it's everything. The subtitle was higher HDL, high-density lipoprotein, good cholesterol. High good cholesterol levels don't reduce heart attacks. You know why. Congestive heart failure is caused by a deficiency of a single vitamin. Cardiomyopathy heart disease is a deficiency of a single mineral. Coronary artery disease is caused by inflammation, eating fried foods, processed meats, oils, gluten, microwave popcorn, all that kind of stuff. And then thrombotic stroke and coronary thrombosis, where you get a blood clot in a coronary artery, is caused by not cholesterol and saturated fat, but a deficiency of omega-3s are a ratio problem between omega-3s, 6s, and 9s. This is what kills your kids. They come home from school, they're dunking their Oreo cookies in some zero-fat milk, or maybe even rice milk or soy milk, which has no relationship nutritionally to milk whatsoever. It should be against the law for them to call those things milk. The white icing in there is nothing but margarine that hasn't been dyed yellow. It's just nothing but trans fats and heterocyclic amines and acrylamides, cause inflammation, plug the arteries, and cause many, many other diseases. And of course, margarine is the worst type of fat for the heart. Well, my doctor says I have to use margarine instead of butter. Remember, that's why they live to be 56. Okay, now this is where we got that statistic which said that microwave popcorn and theater popcorn causes 50,000 heart attacks in kids every year in America and 20,000 deaths in kids. You know, we sent them a note saying, look, we're going to sue you for the 10th time now, and this is on trans fats. It's been long enough. You need to get this stuff out of the food. That was in January of 2015 when we got that nod from the FDA that we could demand that legally that they put selenium into baby formulas. Okay, we're going on to the 10th lawsuit now. The FDA, 6 months later, in June of 2015, said the FDA is now to trim trans fats out of food. Well, that's not good enough. They should have done it immediately. You have 30 days to get trans fat out of your product, or we're taking your product off the market. But they're going to give them a grace period of 6 months or a year, whatever it is. And so I feel that that's okay, because there's no statute of limitations on murder, is there? Now, raise your hand if you've heard that exercise is good for you. If you don't raise your hand, remember, this is a house of God. Whether you believe it or not, how many of you heard that exercise is good for you? Okay, that's better. That's better. Okay. Well, it turns out if you take all professional athletes from all sports and combine the data, the average lifespan is 62, except for football players is 51. Professional footballers 51. That's according to insurance actuaries. And there's never been a professional athlete ever lived to be 100. Now, the top professional athletes, they make $5, $6, $8, $10 million a game. The top athletes get pampered. They get massages 10 times a day. They get the best food. They get the best personal trainers. I mean, it'd be like you ladies who your whole life is around knitting. You just love to knit. I mean, some grandma, that's it. Their whole life they want to knit for all their grandkids and great-grandkids. And you never see them without their knitting needs. Man, they are just going at it, right? What if you got paid $5 million every Saturday when you're knitting, for knitting? Would that be cool? I mean, what a great profession. And yet there's never been a professional athlete ever lived to be 100. Some of those you know of, Jim Fixx, top runner. In fact, he was a professor of economics in one of the Ivy League colleges up here. I don't remember which one. He died at 52 of cardiomyopathy heart attack, a deficiency in that one mineral while he was running. His protege, Brian Maxwell from Canada, had 12 gold medals in long-distance running. He invented the power bar. Nestle's gave him $300 million for the rights of power bar, and then 3 months later, he died while he was running at age 51 of a cardiomyopathy heart attack. He's not a fitness guru anymore. He's just goo. Reggie Lewis, 28 years old, captain of the Boston Celtics, collapsed during a playoff game with the Charlotte Hornets way back then, 1994, I believe it was. And he survived, and the top cardiologist in America, he was a cardiologist for the astronauts and NASA. He was the head of the Department of Cardiology at Harvard Medical School, gave him a minimum exercise regimen. He could just stand at the free throw line and throw free throws, and he put him on like 6 different drugs for his cardiomyopathy heart disease, and 2 weeks later he died from a second cardiomyopathy heart attack because nobody gave him 2 cents worth of selenium. Now here's that cardiologist, Dr. W. Thomas Nessa, ran the Boston Marathon 20 times. He was considered the world's top cardiologist, and he dies of the cardiomyopathy heart disease a year and a half after Reggie did at age 48. This 16-year-old kid on the left, Wes Leonard, Fenville, Michigan, a semifinals playoff, sudden death win. He got the points. His 4 teammates on the court are lifting him up in front of 10,000 cheering local fans, and he dies in their arms of a cardiomyopathy heart attack. The county examiner, medical examiner who did the autopsy on him says, we don't know why he died of this heart attack. It could have been the stresses of sports. Now that guy should go to jail because every time a kid dies from this is because he didn't say it was caused by a deficiency of selenium. He should go to jail for that. The girl on your right, Renelda Pierce, was a freshman at Florida State University. She dropped dead of a ruptured aneurysm while in the middle of a game, 19 years old. And the doctor said she had a genetic disease called Kawasaki's disease. Babies are born with aneurysms, and they die within a couple of months of a ruptured aneurysm. And this is thought to be a genetic disease because babies are born with this. This goes back to the days of what? Darwin, right? In the 1800s. It's actually a nutritional deficiency of a single mineral. A single mineral deficiency results in a breakdown of the elastic fibers in your blood vessels. You can get spider veins, varicose veins, hemorrhoids, and aneurysms from a deficiency of that mineral. And it wasn't a genetic disease in that girl. She just had a deficiency because she's drinking one of the other sports drinks. Gatorade has 2 nutrients, not that one. Powerade has 6 nutrients, not that one. So these are kids, top 10 obituaries in the first couple of months of this year and the first couple of months of last year. These are all kids that died under the age of 15 from cardiomyopathy heart attacks right here in America. Girls, cheerleaders, softball players, peewee leagues. This is just 10 of them. 20,000 of these kids die every year in America from a cardiomyopathy heart attack or ruptured aneurysms because nobody's told their parents or grandparents that they need the 90 essential nutrients. Somebody needs to go to jail. A hockey player, 16 years old, died of cardiomyopathy heart disease. The doctors up in Canada said they still don't know the cause of his death. Here's some of your favorite professional athletes. I love this one. I mean, he is one mean-looking dude. Look at that. Look at his six-pack. Look at the biceps. I mean, his biceps were bigger than Schwarzenegger's, and he died of a deficiency of a single mineral. Bam! He was dead. This fella here was a cardiologist and also a professional soccer player in Brazil, and he died during a soccer game at age 57. So what's going on here? Athletes, whether you're a professional athlete or not, sweat. They'll drink a lot of water to rehydrate, which is not a bad thing, but sweat is not water. Sweat is a soup that contains all the nutrients floating around in your blood. Let's say you're not supplementing, you have 65, 75 nutrients floating around in there, and you're just drinking water. You'll get a breakdown in your tendons and ligaments. You'll have muscle tears. Your disc will blow out. You'll collapse during a game and die. You take the 90 essential nutrients, none of that will ever happen because you'll be replacing what you sweat out. So we came up with Rebound. Remember, Gatorade has 2 nutrients, Powerade has 6, our Rebound has 100, including the selenium and the mineral that's missing when you get ruptured aneurysms. Okay? Now, this is Theo Ratliff from Atlanta, Georgia. He was playing with the Hawks, 28 years old, had bone-to-bone arthritis in both knees, a cartilage popped off his right hip. He broke his wrist catching a pass from a teammate during a regulation game. The doctors at the Atlanta Hawks said, look, this guy's too fragile to play ball. They took his contract away from him. Andy Young introduced me to him. We rebuilt him in 90 days. He got his position back. He played for 14 more years. He made $140 million using our Rebound because we were replacing everything that he was sweating out. And his wife, Christina, loves me. Now, we're going to change subjects here a little bit, but very, very, very important subject. This is in the news all right now. This is one of the fastest growing problems in the United States because there's more and more young kids who are gay or lesbian or bisexual, transgender, asexual. And this is not a choice. This is a congenital event, I'll call it. It's a congenital event. Mom is missing something at the time when the preoptic hypothalamus of the brain is forming. There's 2 things that happen when the sperm fertilizes the egg. Instantly, you're either going to be an XX female or XY male, genetically. But the preoptic hypothalamus in your brain goes off in a different direction. It might take you, 7 weeks, the 3rd to 7th week of pregnancy, which is 3 to 7 weeks after you were determined structurally to be a boy or a girl, physiologically to be a boy or girl, but who you receive signals from, who you give signals to, is determined by that part of the brain, which develops 3 to 7 weeks later. This is not a choice. This is a congenital event. I don't want to use the word birth defect, but it's a congenital event, the same principle as a birth defect. When you look at the holy books, the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Quran, you look at the holy books for the Hindus and the holy books for the Shintos in Japan. All these holy books talk about 2 categories of disease. One is infectious diseases, epidemics, plagues, leprosy, and they always talk about homosexuality. All of them talk about homosexuality. None of them talk about Down syndrome. None of them talk about cleft palate. None of them talk about cerebral palsy, which are very easy things. You don't even know what it is, but you can describe it. Back in those days, 3,000, 5,000 years ago, generals and rich, wealthy merchants and kings and pharaohs used to collect babies with birth defects. They would send their soldiers out to give the villagers some money to get the baby with the birth defect. They called them monsters in those days, like the kids that are just horribly deformed, okay? And they would drown them or suffocate them, and they put them in bottles of alcohol. Some of these collections have 30,000, 50,000 infants in them. And over the years, the families gave them to the medical museums of Europe and the United States. In the book Epigenetics, I give you the names of the museums and the names of the collections that are in there. So you can go look at them if you want. So we know those birth defects happened back then, those physical birth defects happened back then, but the Holy Books only talked about homosexuality and infectious diseases. And this is what's going on at this time. Okay, June 2014, cover story on transgenders. Now, this is a white-tailed deer from upstate New York. Anybody here ever go hunting? Not many. Okay, a few over here. All right. Well, white-tailed deer are very interesting. They're a common deer across North America. And this was in upstate New York during hunting season. This fellow sees what's a record set of antlers. I mean, he knows this is Boone and Crockett. This is a record set of antlers. And with open sights, he shoots the deer, goes up to dress it, to cut it open and take all the guts out. And he realized this is a girl. And female deers don't have antlers. This is the equivalent of a bearded lady in a circus. And in that same area where those transgender deer are, they have the highest rate of transgender humans in America because the food that they're eating from that same soil up there is deficient in these nutrients. There's 1,500 species of vertebrates, including African animals, free-ranging African animals, zoo animals from all over the world, 1,500 domestic animals, pet animals that have been documented to have transgender behavior, gay and lesbian behavior. You know, Sonny Cher Bono, they had Chastity became Chaz, and then there was Angelina Jolie, and Brad Pitt had Shiloh, who became John. And those are common things. Right now, there's 700,000 registered transgender in America. There's 50,000 transgenders serving with honor in our military. Now, this fellow here on your left, Dr. Richard Raskin, was a very famous eye surgeon who invented the laser surgery to tack down torn retina so he didn't have to cut the eyeball open. He also was the top-ranked tennis player, amateur tennis player in the world. When his last child reached 18 years of age, this is 35 years ago. This is 35 years ago. When the last child reached 18 years of age, he went to Denver and became Renee Richards, 35 years before Bruce Jenner became Caitlyn. But the thing that made this a big story that went on for a couple of years was that Renee Richards wanted to keep the top ranking in the tennis, amateur tennis thing as a girl. Wanted transferred from the boy to the girl. And in the end, the Supreme Court awarded Renee Richards the title. Then, of course, you know the story of Bruce Jenner. You need to read Vanity Fair if you haven't read it. There's 25 pages. It's essentially his biography. And he knew when he was a little kid, when he was 2 or 3 years old, that he would rather be a girl than a boy, but he had all the physical equipment of a boy. And so he worked real hard and push-ups and running and walking and chin-ups and all this kind of stuff to be as strong as he could. And he'd run and run and run. He won all these medals, and he lettered in university and many sports because structurally and physically he was a boy. But in his preoptic hypothalamus, he was a girl because mother didn't eat the right things or didn't get the right things during that part of the pregnancy. And of course, this pink pinwheel in the middle of the brain there, that's the part. That little peninsula hanging down the size of your little finger is the preoptic hypothalamus. There's supposed to be 450 cells in there by actual count to be a heterosexual. If there's no cells in there, and this happens many times, no cells in there, guess what? You're a asexual person. Crazy Aunt Ruthie, who never would get in a car alone with a boy. She would be the one to wash all your clothes and babysit your kids when you're on vacation. Everybody loved her. She's the best cook in the family. She'd send out all your Christmas cards for her and lick all the stamps, but don't get her near a boy. And then there's crazy Uncle Frank, who never would sit in a car with a girl. All you want to do is rotate your tires and work on your carburetor. Mow your lawn, that sort of stuff. Trim your trees. Weed your garden. But he did not want to be around girls. Those are asexual people. They have no cells in that part of the brain. And then you have, say, 200 cells in the brain, and 100 cells, say, chase boys, 100 cells chase girls. You're bisexual. Let's say you have those 200 cells, and they all land on the side that say chase girls, and you're an XY boy genetically, and chase girls, you're girl crazy. That's good. But if you're a girl, XX, and it says chase girls, you're a lesbian. Now let's say all those 200 cells fall on the side that says chase boys. If you're a girl, you're an ex-girl, you chase boys, you're boy crazy, that's a good thing. But if you're boy and you're XY genetically, and this part of your brain says chase boys, you're gay. Then if you have your 450 cells, you're straight, you're heterosexual. So we're in command of this. After the fact, it can't be reversed. Now, there may be some time when we can genetically engineer cells and put the right cells in the right place and change things. But right now, we don't have technology. But it's totally preventable. Okay, this is that June 15th Time Magazine centerfold. These kids are all cousins. The mothers are sisters from the same grandmother. One mother is the mother of the two children that have the pink outfits. The second sister is the mother of the child with the yellow outfit. The third mother, all three sisters, is the mother of the child with the blue outfit. All the boys are fishing in the farm pond. These 4 kids are picking flowers and tripping through the meadows singing little girly songs. Obviously, by looking at the one in the blue on your right, physically he's a boy, XY. But in his brain, in his preoptic hypothalamus, he's a girl. We already talked about obesity being a deficiency of a single category of nutrients. Experts say 70% of our kids under the age of 12 are overweight. 40% of our kids under the age of 12 are obese, 35 pounds or more overweight, and it has nothing to do with eating too much or lack of exercise. This little girl here, Natalie Hayhurst from Terre Haute, Indiana, had the same deficiencies, but she didn't gain any weight because her mother was kind of a anti-fat, anti-soda freak, had nothing in the house that would make you gain weight, so she ate light bulbs. She was on the news all the time because she ate light bulbs. There was no calories in light bulbs, so she ate weird things, but she didn't gain any weight because there's no calories in light bulbs. Malabsorption can be a cause of obesity because even if you supplement with those nutrients, you can't absorb them, you're going to gain weight because the symptom of a deficiency of these nutrients is the munchies. Now, this is Newark, New Jersey in 1920. These girls were told that exercise is going to help them lose weight. Well, they're having a lot of fun and some sisterhood stuff there, but guess what? They're going to be disappointed. Loyola University School of Medicine, Chicago, January 2009, they did a 10-year study. Exercise will not make you lose weight. 8 months later, in August of 2009, cover article, Time Magazine, the myth about exercise, it won't make you lose weight. Okay, and Pastor, you may know this individual, Ivan Ledbetter from Charlotte, North Carolina. I met him almost 4 years ago now. He weighed 423 pounds. He's in the picture on the left in the pink shirt. And on our program, he lost 17 pounds in the first week. First time in his whole life he'd ever lost any weight. We added what we call ASAP. It's a kind of an accelerator. It's an acronym for as slim as possible, as soon as possible. And he lost 60 pounds in the first 30 days, 2 pounds a day. Went from 400 pounds, and then in 7 months he dropped down to 165. And in the right-hand picture, he is the one looking at you over his right shoulder. Same guy that weighed 423 pounds when I met him. He has not gained a half ounce back because he stayed on the 90 essential nutrients. It's a simple nutritional deficiency. And it's not unusual to lose a half a pound to 2 pounds a day. And some people need to lose more than 100 pounds. I see people who are 400, 600, 800 pounds. They'll lose 4 pounds a day. They never have to have any surgery because they're getting all the nutrients, and the skin tightens up as they lose the weight, and they never have to have any surgery for loose skin. Now, this is a horse barn, an Amish, horse and buggy Amish horse farm in Adams County, Indiana, just south of Fort Wayne, Indiana. And I was there to see muscular dystrophy kids, but they were late, and so being a veterinarian and a physician, I went into the barn to look around the animals. And this is called cribbing in animals. It's called munchies in people. And we choose, rather than eat the furniture, we choose to eat something that could cause us to gain weight. Osteoporosis and arthritis is a simple deficiency of vitamins and minerals. It has nothing to do with age or genetics. It is repairable. You can actually give your body the raw materials to support and promote maintenance and repair of cartilage, ligaments, tendons, connective tissue, disc between the vertebrae, bone makes bone itself. Unless you've been run over by a tank, nobody ever needs to get a joint replacement. I'm going to repeat that. Unless you get run over by a tank, nobody ever has to get a joint replacement. So why then would a doctor want you to get a joint replacement? Because he makes $2,500 every time he does it. Cola is linked to bone breaks because you're getting a lot of phosphorus in the cola, which replaced the cocaine. And this phosphorus messes up the calcium phosphate ratio. And that's why you have a lot of young athletes that get fractures. You get a lot of middle-aged people who do hard physical work get fractures because they're drinking soft drinks. Calcium deficiency causes kidney stones, every one of them. There's no exception. You go to a urologist and you have a kidney stone. He says, oh, my God, you got to get rid of dairy out of your life. Absolutely. If you're on supplements, you got to stop that. We got to get all the calcium out of your life. Your blood calcium is too high and you're getting kidney stones. No, just the opposite. You need to take more calcium. Your blood calcium will come down. You won't get any more kidney stones. Popular osteoporosis drugs are pulled off the market. Fosamax, well, phosphorus, too much phosphorus. That was a dumb idea on their part, another failed medical theory. And they wanted you to believe, ladies, that women got osteoporosis when they went through menopause because they didn't have enough estrogen. Raise your hand, ladies, if you ever heard that one. Well, you were duped on that one. Men get osteoporosis more frequently and more severely than women. Now, that was a failed medical theory because little girls got osteoporosis. But when little girls get osteoporosis, they call it osteomalacia in kids. It's just osteoporosis in kids called osteomalacia. Gave it a different name because it's a different age group. You take the 90 essential nutrients with some secret sauce to rebuild not only the rebar in the bone, but also help you put more minerals in your bones. And I don't care if you have osteopenia, osteoporosis, osteoarthritis, degenerative arthritis, bone-to-bone arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, bone-to-bone arthritis, kidney stones. You have a history of bone spurs, calcium deposits, periodontal disease. It's all nutritional deficiencies, particularly calcium and vitamin D3 and some of the strontium is another one you need to have to prevent fractures and so on. And so you need a program we have, the 90 essential nutrients, what we call the secret sauce, which we'll talk about during the Q&A. This is Andy Young's living room in 1991. I was there because I had written so many articles on how to prevent sickle cell anemia and how to address it better and make it better for people more efficiently than drugs. And so he called me from California to Atlanta. This is his living room. And I noticed he was limping. I said, with all due respects, Mr. Ambassador, why are you limping? He said, well, I got bone-to-bone arthritis in both knees. I'm scheduled in 2 weeks to have a double knee replacement. I said, sir, with all due respects, give me 90 days. Cancel your surgery. Delay it. Give me 90 days and I can rebuild that for you without surgery. He said, I'm going to Emory University. I'm going to Grady Memorial Hospital, the best doctors in the world. Well, they're the ones that fired me over the cystic fibrosis thing. So I let him have an earful of that. And then he canceled his surgery and he said, I'll give you 90 days. 90 days, I rebuilt him. And he introduced me to a lot of people after that. We still do a lot of things together. Okay, he introduced me to Delisha Jones, who was on that women's basketball team of America for the Olympics that won all the gold medals. And she was training for the third Olympics, and she's 40 years old in this picture. And rebuilt her hamstring, rebuilt her Achilles tendon. The surgeons who put her back together said, look, you're not going to play at the same skill level. You might think of coaching rather than playing. She got her position back. She got her third gold medal. And this is us on stage in California. I'm giving her a certificate saying she's an ambassador for women athletes for our longevity company. Well, they allowed me to ask her one question. Said, Delisha, I've got to ask you one question. I'm allowed to ask you one question. And this has been, since I've met you, a couple of years ago, this has been really, I have to know the answer to this question. She said, okay, Doc, whatever you want. Now, we're in front of 3,000 people. And I said, Delisha, I have to know, why does a woman who's 6'5" wear 8-inch heels? And she says, well, Doc, it's simple. It makes you more sexy. This is a Harvard Medical School. It was published in the New England Journal of Medicine, then abstracted in newspapers. Knee surgery for arthritis is worthless. They looked at the records of 300,000 people who had knee replacement surgeries and hip replacement surgery, and they found out that this knee replacement surgery for arthritis is worthless because the bone continues to deteriorate, doesn't stop the problem. And so that's where Andy Young, of course, this came out after I had talked with him. Okay, I had talked to him in 1991, and here he came and said, see, Master, we're way ahead of this. He said, yeah, you're right. Okay, so even Harvard Medical School now agrees with me. Give me 90 days before you have any joints replaced, okay? You won't get the surgery. Same thing with the back. 4 years later, they looked at the same 300,000 records, but this time they looked at the back, and they looked at the disc in between the vertebrae and peripheral neuropathies and sciatica and lower back pain. Do not get surgery. Give me 90 days first. And doing God's thing, guess what? You won't need the surgery. Thank you. Type 2 diabetes. Now, the Pima Indians are worth 5 minutes here or less, 3 to 5 minutes. The Pima Indians, their range of where they live spreads from Arizona, in the southwestern part of the United States, Arizona. And you can look and you can see that line, which is the border of United States and Mexico, going underneath the I and then through the middle of the P under Pima. That little bit of yellow above the line, there's 10% of the Pima Indian populations above the line in Arizona and 90% of the Pima Indians down in the yellow below, which makes up about a third of the western part of the mainland of Mexico. Okay, they're all the same gene pool. They're the only Native Americans who never mixed with anybody else. Every other Native American tribe mixed with other Native Americans. They mixed with the slaves when they were freed after emancipation because they wanted the skills in farming and industry and so forth. But the Pima Indians are the only ones who didn't even mess around with the explorers, okay? They're perfect 100% Pima Indian genes. The ones that are left here, the Mexican Pima Indians, are kind of like the Amish. They don't participate in anything we think of as being first world. They're sort of subsistence farmers. And they're on the side of the road here selling jars that they make out of pottery jars and things. They don't have vehicles, no roads. They go everywhere on horseback or walk. They use horses to plow. They use horses to pull wagons. They have no utilities, no doctors. I mean, they just sort of say to themselves. Okay, these are the Mexican Pima Indians. That's below the line. They make up 90% of the population of Pima Indians. Above the line, 10% of the Pima Indians in America, in Arizona, they work in the RV assembly factories in Arizona. They're all obese, including the kids. They all have a car, a van, a pickup truck. All use doctors. Now let's have a look. Let's look at the Mexican Pima Indians, the diabetes rate, type 2 diabetes rate. They have the lowest rate of diabetes in the entire world, 6% or less. Let's look at the Pima Indians above the border in Arizona. Bam! 46%. They have the highest rate. They have the highest rate of diabetes of anywhere in the world. Same genetics. Same genetics. Of course, this mystifies doctors, but I'm going to show you why in just a few moments. The cases of type 2 diabetes are doubling every year now. It's going in a geometric proportions. 3-year-old babies are now weigh 77 pounds. They weigh as much as 10-year-olds. More blacks lose legs to diabetes than whites. That's not because it's a genetic thing. That's because the black community is enslaved by the medical community. Remember the story that Coretta Scott King told me. And these are the things that Dr. King was going against. Because they say the outrageous things that doctors do to the black population pale the Tuskegee experiments. When you read that book, Epigenetics, you will cry. Cancer is a self-inflicted disease. It is not genetic in any way, shape, or form. All of the studies on chemotherapy cannot be duplicated because none of it's true. The FDA relies on research done by the pharmaceutical companies that makes it. They don't say, we're going to do an experiment and see if we can come up with the same results before we approve it. They just approve it based on what the companies tell them. 1971, I said, genetics has nothing to do with cancer. It has to do with trans fats, heterocyclic amines, acrylamides, inflammation from eating things like deli slices, sandwich meat, sausage, ham, bacon, bologna, salami, pastrami, pepperoni, jerky, corned beef, spam. And everybody laughed at me in 1971. Well, here the World Health Organization came out in October 2015, not the FDA, not any medical association of any state or nationally. The World Health Organization came out and they called me from England and they told me, Doc, wait till you see your newspapers on Monday. The World Health Organization is agreeing with you, what you said in 71. The World Health Organization now says that eating these types of processed meats are as great a threat or greater for creating cancer as smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day or working in an asbestos environment. You will be bearing your children if you let them eat that stuff. And so Time magazine says, report links meat with cancer. That's not true. It's processed meats. All 20 of the top longevity cultures in the world, according to National Geographic, and Pastor, if it's okay, I'm going to go to 12:30. Is that okay? Okay. Are meat eaters. There's not a single vegetarian or vegan bunch in the top 20 longevity groups or cultures, according to the National Geographic. Not me. I'm just reporting what they say. So let's get rid of this. They're never going to find a cure for cancer looking where they're looking, because they're looking at genetics. Oh, I went too fast. It's going to kind of do this. Well, let me share with you that you can prevent cancer in your family. Very simple. Don't eat any of the bad stuff. Take all the 90 essential nutrients. Just be like that baby Huey group. Give your body everything it needs to maximize your defenses against horrible diseases. Well, this was the first attempt at a prevention. 4 universities got together and gave people who they felt were high risk of having cancer, long-term study, they gave them 200 micrograms of selenium, about 1/5 of a milligram, very small amount. And they couldn't get it published in medical journals, even though it showed that you could reduce your risk of colon cancer by 95% by supplementing with selenium. You reduce your risk of prostate cancer, guys, by 69%. You reduce your risk of breast cancer, ladies, depending on whose data you looked at, anywhere from 32 to 82%. And the medical journals didn't want to publish it, so they got it published in Popular Mechanics magazine in April of 1912. Well, in 1998, the University of Arizona did the same study, the same number of people, got exactly the same result. Got it published in Annals of Medicine, which is a very famous medical journal now. High-fiber diets don't cut colon cancer. That's a failed theory. This particular thing, this is a Harvard Nurses' Health Study, 90,000 nurses over 20 years. The University of South Carolina was given the piece to look at how the percentages of breast cancer diagnosis varied depending on how women cooked their food. They particularly looked at how women cooked their meat. They found out, and this is published, they said, if you cook your meat very well done where the fat is browned or burnt, you increase your risk of breast cancer, ladies, by 462%, which means you're going to get it. The figure is in the last, let's see, the third sentence from the bottom and the second from the right column there. It says 462% increase in breast cancer if you cook your meat well done. If you cook your meat medium rare, reduce your risk of breast cancer by 462%. That's a 900-point difference between you're going to get it and you don't have to have it. Ladies, never, 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 never eat anything cooked well done. Okay, again, mammograms. Let's say for every 100 that are found to be positive mammograms, they say, oh, you got a highly suspicious thing, you probably have breast cancer. 61% are false positives. But doctors are going to run you through the biopsies and chemotherapy and radiation, remove your breasts. And when they send your breasts, they just amputated to the lab. They say, well, she didn't have breast cancer. Oh, no, let's go have a martini. Everything's fine. This is my favorite highway billboard. Hot dogs cause butt cancer. They have about 6 of these in the beltway around Chicago. And they're talking directly to little kids because what does grandma feed the kid on the weekend? And microwave popcorn. And Oreo cookies. Bam! They're dead. Genetics have nothing to do with cancer. Arsenic, which we've known to be an essential nutrient since 1947, in one type of leukemia, acute promyelocytic leukemia, which kills you in 6 months, they did a big study. This is the University of New York City, big study. And after 10 years, this large group of people who had acute promyelocytic leukemia, they're still in remission. Now, wait a minute, this is supposed to kill them in 6 months. They quit the experiment. They said, well, this is going on forever. These people are not going to die. Now, do you think that they said, hey, we found a cure for acute promyelocytic leukemia? No. Well, sort of the rogue, the rebel medical doctors are saying it looks like arsenic deficiency causes leukemia. Dementia, remember Alzheimer's disease is a physician-caused disease. 75% of your brain weight is the myelin, the white matter of the brain, which is at 75% of your brain weight, the myelin is in fact 100% cholesterol. When it goes away, because you're taking cholesterol-lowering drugs, you're eating egg beaters instead of eggs, you're using margarine instead of butter, you're using lots of salad dressing because some hippie said it was good for you, you're going to get Alzheimer's disease. It's a physician-caused disease. Vascular dementia is caused, the blood vessels in your brain are plugged from the same thing that plug your arteries in your heart. Korsakoff syndrome is a deficiency of a single vitamin. Wernicke-Korsakoff is a deficiency of that vitamin plus MS mixed in there with it. Vitamin B12 deficiency dementia is self-explanatory. Hillary said, Alzheimer's is an irreversible progressive brain disorder with no known cause, prevention, or cure. I will spend $2 billion a year of your tax money to find a cure. Well, in actuality, you can prevent it by 78% right now. Double-blind randomized study by Johns Hopkins. You guys ever hear of Johns Hopkins? You're kind of neighbors with those guys, right? Baltimore, Maryland. Very well-respected medical school. They did the research on 5,000 people, 10 years. Half of them, 2,500, got a supplement. 2,500 of them got a dummy pill. And the ones that had the supplement, guess what? Had 78% less, after 10 years, had 78% less Alzheimer's disease. This is my favorite Alzheimer's story in the newspaper. Mother and son share the bonds of love and Alzheimer's disease. He's 52 years old. He has Alzheimer's disease. That's his mother, 82. She has Alzheimer's disease. They're both on the same statin drugs to lower cholesterol. They're both in the same facility, nursing home. They're doctors of the same guy who wrote them both the same prescriptions for statin drugs, and he owns the nursing home. Somebody needs to go to jail. What would happen to a politician? What would happen to the mayor of your city would give all of the contracts for construction and maintenance and work to his brother-in-law without throwing out a bid? You'd impeach him, wouldn't you? He'd be out right away. But doctors get away with this all the time. This is what made my audio cassette tape in 1991 so controversial. Vitamin E can ease memory loss in Alzheimer's patients. You can take somebody who's advanced Alzheimer's disease, give them a large dose of vitamin E. Within 3 months, they'll be able to find their way back home. You take them around the block, spin them around, they can find their way back home. They can cook simple meals and dress themselves, or before they just sit there like a vegetable, just with one vitamin. This is a news release on the story from Johns Hopkins. It started 2 years later after that study on vitamin E, which was published in 1992. 2 years later, 1994, Johns Hopkins set up this experiment, and they just added vitamin C to the vitamin E. Said, well, maybe we can actually prevent it. Now, these people were all the same religion, they ate the same way, they avoided the same food, they're all farmers in the same valley. So it was about as good of a double-blind randomized study as you could get in human beings. It's not like 16 different professions, different cities, and all that kind of stuff, right? Okay, this is why we have things that are generational in families. It's not genetic. Gluten intolerance. Well, T-Mobile. Okay, celiac disease, busted. Celiac disease, appendicitis, diverticulitis, irritable bowel syndrome, inflammatory bowel disease, colitis, ulcer colitis, Crohn's disease, asthma, bronchitis, other respiratory ailments like pneumonia every winter, eczema, rosacea, dermatitis, psoriasis, infertility, miscarriages. If you have any one of these things, you don't need to go any further. You have a gluten intolerance. Gluten intolerance causes all these things because these are all caused by nutritional deficiencies. Now, there's 900 different nutritional deficiency diseases. You can get all of them when you have gluten intolerance. And here's why. On your left, on that A is a cut through the small intestine of a healthy 1-year-old rat. You can see the finger-like villi increases the absorptive surface of your intestines by 95%. On the middle photomicrograph, C there, you can see where they've lost 50% of those villi. Look at all the scar tissue in there. They were on a high gluten diet for 6 months. The ones on your right, and E, were on a high gluten diet for a year. 95% of those villi are gone. Look at all that scar tissue. How do you get vitamins and minerals through that stuff? You can't. You get on a gluten-free diet for kids under the age of 10, and very rapidly, 2 to 4 weeks, you're going to see a magic thing. It's a God thing. I mean, just like Pastor Creflo Dollar's daughter. In 2 weeks' time, she was cured. We put her on a gluten-free diet as well as supplemented her. Her intestines healed. Now, an adult, it might take you 6 to 8 weeks before you see something dramatic. It might take 2 or 3 months for a kid under the age of 10 to go from E, where you're 95% is scarred up, back to a normal, healthy intestine. Our age, 50, 60, 70, 80 years of age, it might take you a year to get totally healed. But you'll see something remarkable in 4 to 6 to 8 weeks. Some of the people I've worked with, okay, Glenn Fry died at age 67 from ulcerative colitis. Again, a gluten intolerance. You got to stay off of gluten. Stay away from the bad stuff. These three, Elvis Presley, Michael Jackson, Karen Carpenter, all died from gluten intolerance secondary effects. Michael Jackson had vitiligo. He had lost his skin pigment. That's not his hair. It's a wig. His hair was snow white. He shaved his head and had a wig on all the time because his hair was white and his skin was white. He didn't bleach himself. He just didn't have any skin pigment because he couldn't absorb the minerals that are required to make skin pigment. Elvis Presley died of cardiomyopathy heart attack while he was on the toilet, trying to force a bowel movement through when he was constipated. And bam, he died. And Karen Carpenter was legendary for having irritable bowel syndrome. This little Lucy on your left here was born to a mother who was 28 years old. She'd had 3 miscarriages. You already know the problem. She had eczema all over her face. She had constipation. She had asthma. And we put her on a gluten-free diet. She was breastfeeding UC. He was 3 months old. The pediatrician told her to clip his fingernails, put mittens on his hands so he wouldn't scratch himself. Gave her a hydrocortisone cream to rub on him so he wouldn't itch. Told her to keep breastfeeding him because it was the best milk for her. Never told her to get off of gluten. We got her on a gluten-free diet, got her on the 90, and 2 weeks later, her asthma was gone, her eczema was gone that she'd had for 28 years. And UC, same thing. Her breast milk was his total food. His asthma and eczema went away in 2 weeks. And here he is on your right 2 years later, fully 2 years old. Now he is totally, perfectly free of all that stuff, and he'll go on to live to be 100 years old and so on. We see a lot of kids from Southeast Asia. We have offices and warehouses in Singapore, so we serve everybody except the North Koreans. And maybe they need this stuff and they'd be nice people. You know, who knows? I don't know. But you can see on the left here where they have eczema, they get psoriasis. You put them on a gluten-free diet, you get them on the 90, and within weeks, it's all back to normal. I have more kids with the same problem. This lady had the psoriasis for 23 years. Her dermatologist made $3 million treating her with UV light treatment every week for 23 years. Somebody needs to go to jail. We put her on a gluten-free diet, got her on the 90 cents of nutrients, and in 90 days it was all gone after 23 years of suffering. According to Forbes magazine, this is March of 2011. The average lifespan of billionaires is 66. The average lifespan of billionaires is 66. That's because they use the same personal trainers that professional athletes use. Bam! They're dead. They are their most expensive laboratory animals ever. I wonder what Steve Jobs' parents thought when they buried him at age 56. I wonder what Satoru Iwata, CEO of Nintendo, another billionaire who died at age 55, I wonder what his parents thought when they buried him at age 55. I wonder what Vice President Joe Biden thought when he buried his son, Beau Biden, at age 46. I wonder what the king of Dubai felt like when his son, Sheikh Rashid, died at age 33 of a cardiomyopathy heart attack while he was running. I wonder what former President Jimmy Carter felt when his grandson, Jeremy, died at age 28 from a cardiomyopathy heart attack. I wonder what Pastor Rick Warren felt like when his son died at age 27 from suicide. Are you getting the picture here now? We, as God's children, have a huge responsibility to our children, who are also God's children. If we do not supplement them, you will be burying them. That's just the way it is. These are the 4 books you need to digest and read for longevity. Every black child in the world needs to read this book, Black Gene Lies. Remember, it's paid for by Pastor Dollar. Epigenetics, the death of the genetic theory of disease transmission. Immortality tells you everything the top 20 longevity cultures do to live longer than us. They have 40 times 100-year-olds we do. They have 100-year-old per 250 of their population. We only have 1 per 10,000. They don't have doctors. They don't have roads. They don't have hospitals or clinics. No pharmaceuticals. They have no health insurance, and yet they have 40 times 100-year-olds we do. The whole story's in that book, Immortality. Rare Earths and Cures is where those duck experiments for the epigenetics duck experiment was published, and all kinds of stuff you'll need to know. We think something's pretty good when somebody lives to be 102 or 107. Didn't God say that man, all of men and women, 120? Our average lifespan, when you take both men and women, is 74. That's almost 50 years short. I want you to look at the language on the National Geographics there. On the right-hand cover and the left-hand cover. This baby will live to be 120, the middle one. This baby could live to be 142 years old, a Russian Georgian. The little brown baby on your left is from the Nicoyan Peninsula in Costa Rica, Central America, and the little one on the right from Russian Georgia again. In addition to being the Garden of Eden, I've been there twice with the military. There is such a place. The first map quest is in the Old Testament. The Garden of Eden is east of Eden, and there's 4 rivers that dump into that valley. Euphrates, Tigris, Pishon, Dishon rivers. That valley is still there. Those rivers still dump into that valley. And then there's a land flowing with milk and honey, which is a month's horseback ride or trek from Jerusalem to the land flowing with milk and honey, certainly within the biblical range of location. It's called Hunza, the Hunza Valley, 13,000-foot elevation. These are the longest-lived people on earth. They're a third-world culture. And the Giltar Glacier, which is a mile wide, the water that comes out from underneath it looks like milk because it grinds up limestone at 13,000-foot elevation, which is suspended in the water. It looks like milk coming out from underneath the glacier. They have more species of wild bees and more wild honey than any place else in the world because bees like minerals. The land flowing with milk and honey. These are the longest-lived people on earth. It's documented by everybody, including the National Geographic. This gal here is the lead singer in a rock group in Okinawa. She's 97 years old. Look at her energy for 97. This fella here, Lee Ching-yun, was born in 1677, died in 1933. His obituary, his full obituary, is in the book Rare Earths and Cures. It was also in the London Times and the New York Times. He died at 256. This is documented. When he was 50 years old, he got a certificate from the Emperor of China because he was very old back then. Back then, the average lifespan was like in their 20s, and so to live to be 50 was outrageous. And then when he was 100, they gave him another certificate. When he was 150, gave him another certificate. When he was 200, gave him another certificate. When he was 250, gave him another certificate. Now there's a whole university in the place where he lived. All they do is study longevity. And they have all his certificates hang on the wall, and they've been tested to show that they are the age that they are dated. Okay, we're down to the last, say, 10 minutes here, 10, 15 minutes. Our body requires, you've heard me say this a couple of times, our bodies require essential nutrients. We call it 90 for life, 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. And this is what your genes, your DNA, your RNA, and your telomeres, the little end caps in your chromosomes require to maximize your genetic potential for fitness and longevity and health and making good decisions and strength and speed and all the things we attribute to genetics. Your body needs these things in optimal amounts. If they're missing even 10%, you're going to get a horrible disease. If they're missing totally, you're going to die. If any one of them is missing totally, you will die. Evander Holyfield, if you're a boxing fan, you know he had a heart attack, cardiomyopathy heart attack, right in the middle of a boxing match with Michael Moore, championship fight. I'm the guy that rebuilt him. Okay, with the 90 essential nutrients plus the secret sauce for the heart, cardiomyopathy heart disease, Keyshawn disease, right? Sudden infant death syndrome. And we were able to rebuild him. He came back and boxed for 8 more years at the championship level. Danny Glover had to give up action movies because he had back problems and hip problems. We rebuilt him using the 90 essential nutrients and the secret sauce for supporting and promoting maintenance, repair of cartilage, ligaments, tendons, connective tissue, disc between the vertebrae, and so on, bone matrix, and now he's back doing action movies. I spent a lot of time with Pat Boone. He is an extremely godly man. I just love him. He actually sang some songs to me in his living room. Wonderful guy. And he was reduced to selling walk-in bathtubs because he couldn't do anything because of back and hip and knee problems. Well, now you don't see him selling bathtubs anymore, and he's back on the road. Willie Nelson's on the road again because he had to quit for many years because he had arthritis in his fingers. I was able to rebuild him. Drew Pearson, the Hail Mary pass receiver from the Dallas Cowboys, rebuilt his back and hips and knees. Now he's one of our top associates working with Youngevity. You come to our events, you'll meet him, a fabulous guy. You've seen that, so I don't have to go into that again. This is my son's favorite picture. As these macaws coming from the roosting area in the jungles in the Amazon to eating the clay on their way out to find bugs and nuts and things to eat. And they're getting the minerals from the clay. That's why they're so brightly colored. And if you want your pet macaws and parrots and parakeets to be really brightly colored, you give them our minerals as well as the seeds they give you at the pet store. In that study I did with Marlon Perkins, 20,000 autopsies. We eliminated over 900 different diseases using the information from those 20,000 autopsies. We tripled the lifespan of animals. Dogs 60 years ago lived to be an average of 8. Now they live to be 25. We eliminated every birth defect you can name and 10 times that many you can't. And so I began to use it in people. When they fired me from Yerkes, when I discovered the cause, prevention, cure of cystic fibrosis, I went back to school, became a physician, and I began to use everything I had learned on animals in my human patients. Guess what? It works. It works because all vertebrates are God's creatures, right? And so the same thing works for a turtle and a crocodile and a giraffe and an elephant and a parakeet and a flamingo, just like you and me. We need these basic things. God got a good pattern, and he used the same pattern over and over and over. Even an oak tree requires genes and DNA to transfer information through the acorn to the baby oak trees. Now, how did rich people get their minerals? Well, pharaohs and kings and successful generals and successful merchants would pay grave robbers great sums of money in silver and gold to bring them mummies. They'd grind up the mummies and use the mummy dust as a condiment like salt and pepper in their food. And guess what? They were healthier than the trolls living under the bridge who were just eating corn because they were getting their minerals. Now, obviously, poor people and slaves couldn't do that. So how did poor people and slaves get their minerals? Well, the common fuel of the day back 5,000 years ago, the universal fuel around the world, even though people could not communicate, ones living out in the Pacific Islands and ones living in Africa couldn't communicate with the ones in North America and so forth, and South America, the Aztecs. But the common fuel around the world was wood. Now, what did they do with the wood ashes every morning? Did they throw them in the recycling bin to save the earth? No, they threw them out in the garden. Well, it turns out that wood ashes are not ashes. 95 to 90% of the wood ashes are minerals that the tree sucked up out of the ground. And the plants that you fertilized with the wood ashes actually sucked up the minerals. And so you ate these plants out of the garden, and you were getting the minerals from the wood ash. Nobody knew that. Nobody knows it now. You're knowing something only God knows, and now you've been given the information. You need to use it wisely. Now, that remained the same for thousands and thousands of years until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday, September 4th, 1882, on Pearl Street, New York City, on the bluff overlooking the construction of Brooklyn Bridge, this fellow here, Thomas Edison, pulled the switch on the first commercial electric generating plant. Within 10 years, every town, every municipality, and every city in the industrialized world converted from wood as the universal fuel to electricity. Now, how many wood ashes are left over in your home every morning when you fuel your home with electricity? None, zero. Now, because nobody knew that was your source of nutritional minerals, nobody supplemented. Here comes the government. Here comes the doctors. Oh, just eat well, you're going to get everything you need. Bam, you're dead. Now, people liked electricity. Oh, did it again. It'll switch in a moment. People liked electricity, and so politicians jumped in. You vote for me. I'm going to put up a hydroelectric plant. We're going to have electricity in this valley. They did it for the TVA. They did it in the Colorado River Valley in the southwestern 7 nations. And We electrified these things back in the late 1800s, the 1910s, and 1920s, and people had jobs. There was money everywhere. I mean, people were rich, and we had factories, and life was booming. It was wonderful. But there was unintended consequence. How many of you have heard of flood control by these hydroelectric dams? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Remember, what fertilizes the Garden of Eden? Flooding every year by the Tigris, Euphrates, Pishon, Dishon rivers. When water recedes, what does it leave behind? Silt, mud, which has minerals in it. Did the farmer push that silt off to the side before he planted? No, he plowed in those minerals again, year after year after year. Well, once we got hydroelectric plants to make electricity, everybody's happy. They had jobs initially. Now comes the terrible part. No more mud, no more silt after the floodwater receded because there was no more floods. So God's plan was interrupted. According to the World Health Organization, right now we have 960,000 dams damming up the rivers. Our soils are depleted. Our oceans are dying. Our oceans are dying, yes, yes, yes. Remember, I wrote the first paper on a mass die-off in America from pollution, so I've kind of kept track of this over the years. Pollution has nothing to do with the oceans dying. It's dying, but there's nothing to do with the pollution. We've cut off the food supply to the ocean. We dammed up all the rivers for utilities. No more silt going into the ocean, no more algae, no more little plants, no more fish, no more us. So we're growing fish now in ponds with GMO foods fed to the fish. Whales are starving to death for lack of food and washing up on the beaches now. Sharks are attacking people in places they never used to. Can you remember during the Beach Boy days and the surfing days, sharks attacking people around Hawaii, Southern California? Why are they doing that now? Well, there's no fish anymore for them to eat, so you look pretty good to them. Nutritional minerals do not occur in a uniform blanket around the crust of the earth. They never did. They occur like chocolate and chocolate ripple ice cream. Some places are blessed with a lot, some places are blessed with a few, some places don't have any. Well, the people who live the longest, that's one of their common features, is they have lots of minerals in their soil. Their food is rich with minerals. Okay, last couple of slides. This is what makes longevity different. This is a compost pile that has 78 minerals in it, all 60 essential minerals in optimal amounts, and this is the core of everything we do in longevity. These guys are standing on a road, 3,000 feet elevation above sea level. We have 100 cubic miles of this stuff. We give tours of the place. Nobody else has access to this. This is in perpetuity. As long as there's an earth, nobody else will have access to this place. We're the only ones. I should tell you 2 minutes about her. She's been with us for 25 years. In April, she'll turn 73. Most people think she's 50 years old. She owns quite a few vineyards. She's the largest vintor in Michigan. And grapevines around the world usually will give you 50, 60 pounds of grapes per year. Hers give 250 pounds because she's using these minerals from that compost pile on her grapes. She gets 5 times the yield. And the Amish use our minerals for their sweet potato farms. They get 12-pound sweet potatoes. One sweet potato can feed a family of 5 for a week now. Our soil is known to be depleted in minerals since 1936. This was the cause of the Great Depression and the Dust Bowl. Our baby foods, and this came out in April of 2012, our baby foods contain less than 20% of the required minerals and vitamins necessary for proper development. Dog food contains 100%, chicken food has 100%, sheep, pig, cow food has 100%, and our babies and grandbabies have less than 20%. Go read the mineral content of the baby formulas in pharmacies and grocery stores. They have less than 5 minerals. Most of them have only 3. If you don't supplement them, you'll be burying them. 100-year study, 1914 to 2014. USDA reports that 95% of all Americans are minerally deficient. The minerals in our soils over the past 100 years are depleted by 85%. If you don't supplement your kids, you will be burying them and you'll lose 25 to 50 years off your life. Okay, getting down to the last 1 or 2 slides here quickly. We'll make it in time. Okay, second to last slide. Everybody needs the 90 essential nutrients. So we have a basic program we call the Healthy Start Pack. It contains 3 products. Has 245 nutrients in it, including all 90 essential nutrients and optimal amounts for 100 pounds of human flesh or a month. You give this to a 50-pound kid, it's a 2-month supply. Give this to a 30-pound kid, it's a 3-month supply. Give this to a 200-pound person, you need 2 of these per month, 1 per 100 pounds of body weight per month. We have secret sauces for over 900 different diseases. Some secret sauces will work on over 150 diseases. And, of course, we teach you how all that works and so forth. And they're very simple. The healthy weight loss pack is for weight loss. The healthy sports pack is for people who sweat and work hard physically. And we have the healthy digestive pack, and the healthy brain and heart pack. Well, that's self-explanatory. The healthy bone and joint pack, healthy blood sugar pack. What would you use that for? Diabetes. I mean, this is not very difficult. And we have all kinds of products, which I'm not going to get into. This is the last slide. People always ask me, Doc, what do you take? Now, I've been taking the 90 essential nutrients twice a day for 69 years. I've been taking the 90 essential nutrients twice a day for 69 years. I have not been sick in 69 years. I haven't been to a doctor, medical doctor, ever. I have never been on a prescription medication. I've never had any surgeries. Now, everybody can do that. Because I'm getting the nutrition that you would find in the Garden of Eden and the land flowing with milk and honey. Remember, your genes, your DNA, your RNA, and your telomeres require this stuff to do their job. If you were to take dirt from Texas and dirt from Alberta, Canada, because these are where the oil fields are, and say, I'm not going to waste my money on oil. I want to put dirt from Texas and dirt from Alberta in there because everybody knows there's oil in there. Would that car go 300,000 miles by putting dirt in there? No. And if you just eat salads with salad dressings, you eat processed meats on your pizza with a gluten-filled crust, and you're eating fat-free milk and taking statin drugs to lower your cholesterol, and you're eating egg beaters, bam, 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 you're dead. Okay, what you see here on the picture, minus about 6 products, they left about 6 products out. This is a 2-week supply for me. I do this twice a month. This is what I take. I don't expect everybody to do this. But if you just take the 90 essential nutrients and avoid the bad stuff, you'll add 25 to 50 years to your life. But if you want to live to be 120, you got to go a little stronger. Okay? But take the healthy start pack, 1 per 100 pounds of body weight. And obviously, if you have certain diseases, you got to take that secret sauce at least until the process is healed or goes away. Now, what we're going to do, and I'm going to invite Pastor up here, who was going to tell what we're going to do next year. I know they have plans for you for the next 10, 15 minutes or so, and then I'm going to answer questions for you for about an hour, and we're going to steer you in the right direction for individual problems. So if you're interested in that, I'll be back in about 10, 15 minutes. God bless you. I know He loves you. God bless you. Oh.
I want you, now, give him a hand clap.
Thank you.
Yeah. How many are really glad we did this? Okay. He just lectured for 2.5 hours. Tell them how old you are.
Okay, in June I'm going to turn, using American numbers, 76. I'll be 77 using the Chinese terms.
All right. He just did 2.5 hours. After I teach 40 minutes, I'm like, I need a break. And so, he's the real deal. Amen? So what we're going to do, we're going to take about a 10 to 15 minute break. So it is 12:25. And so we are going to, let's say by 12:40, okay, 12:45 at the latest, we're going to start. And we're going to do Q&A. Now, if you don't want to stay, that's fine. How many of you are interested in getting some questions answered? Because this is what we're going to do. When we had dinner last night with Dr. Wallach, and he was ordering his food, I was looking at what he was ordering, and having a Super Bowl weekend. But I was watching, and he ordered some, and a challenge, and there was some stuff they brought to the table. He was like, don't eat that. I forbid you to eat that. And, but it was real cool. But we started asking him questions. We started sharing things individually. Just at the table, we were all talking about different things that, we had heard, or about our body, questions about aches and pains and all that. And I really asked him about today and go, hey, because, people sometimes get intimidated. This is your time to ask. Because chances are what you're dealing with, somebody else in this room is dealing with. And so I'm just setting you up so we can go right in. You'll ask a question, and he's going to begin to respond and go, you need to consider taking this. And we're going to have two people that are going to write, Valerie and Chris, Valerie and Chris. They're going to write things that he's saying for you then to know what he said you should consider taking, and then you can go out to the table with that, and they will, begin to talk to you about if you want them to order that for you or whatever. They will ship it to you. If you want to do that, great. If you don't want to do that, great. The choice is yours. Everybody got it? Doc, this way now, bare minimum, like Dr. Wallach said, you have information, you can research, you can look at it. You may not take all the stuff that he said he takes, but he's going to give you what he feels will help your body. Does that make sense? And so then the person that's writing is going to come and give it to you. And then we want you at that point, if you're interested in his products, to go to the table. As soon as you're done your questions, they put in your hand, go to the table. So we don't have 80 people at the table. Everybody got it? And then they'll give you the instruction. You can do what you want. Nobody's going to pressure you. Nobody's going to force you. Nobody's going to make you. Everybody got it? They're not here to do that. I made sure of that. They're not here. It's just, if you want to take advantage of stuff, praise God, but you don't have to. But we want to give you the information. So we're going to do Q&A. I would stay if you want to stay, because how many know bare minimum, somebody may ask something that helps you or a family member, whatever. Everybody got it? All right. Did y'all really enjoy this? Amen. Hold on. What's that? Huh? Okay, so they will be out at the table even during the break. So before we all move, we're going to take, again, it's about 12:28, so let's just say 12:45. We're going to start on time, 12:45. Come back in if you want to stop at the table now. When you come back in, we'll go into Q&A. All right, go ahead. There's snacks out there, please. I don't know if they're gluten-free, but just get it out your system now. Do what you got to do. But there are snacks out there for you. Please help yourself. Do what you got to do. We'll see you in 15 minutes sharp, 12:45.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Let me just go get another mic. Okay, try this one. That one's on. You hear it? That's what number? 10? Okay, good enough.
Can I have everyone's attention, please? We are going to get started in a couple minutes. So if you are in the lobby and you want to participate in question and answer, if you could start making your way into the sanctuary. We are about to begin in about 2 minutes. So if you are going to be involved in question and answer, if you could make your way into the sanctuary, we will begin in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hello.
I think this is 10. I think 10, checking, check. Is it 10?
Attention, everyone. We're going to ask that if you do have food in a sanctuary, if you could please take it out of the sanctuary. The snacks are for the lobby, so please, if you are eating food in a sanctuary, if you could just very quickly take that out, finish that, and come back in.
All right, we're going to go because we got to get through this. So if you're coming in, come in because we're going to go ahead and get started. Now, what's going to happen is we have microphone. Oh, I thought we had. Where's the microphones? We're getting them ready? How about the other two are ready? Where's that one? Oh, okay. Kim, do you want to use this one? Because we have Pastor Aisha's too. You want to use? Well, what about that one? What about this one? We need one here, though. And where's that one? Oh, I have it. Sorry, turn this one on. Turn Pastor Aisha's mic back on. Okay. All right. So, we're going to ask you to come up, ask your question. Okay, we're going to do this for, we're going to do this for 1 hour, okay? And so you're going to come up, you're going to ask your question. Now, so everybody knows, if someone comes up, and I want you to be liberated to ask your question, okay? I want you, Dr. Wallach's not going to be up here to answer personal questions on and on. So I want you to ask your question that you want to ask. Now, if you don't want to ask it, then that's fine. Maybe somebody will ask it, that's fine. But if someone asks about arthritis, just so you know, somebody says, I have arthritis in my right knee or whatever, Dr. Wallach is going to, he'll give direction on, whether you have right knee, left knee, back, so that everybody's not coming up, well, I have it in my left knee. We want to be productive in that. Everybody got it? So he's going to kind of lump as he knows the different things that it covers. So just listen. If somebody asks a question, and you may not think it pertains to you, listen to the question, listen to the answer, because it may. Now, again, what's going to happen, we have two people that are going to write. So he's going to, you'll hear him say things like, that's very easy to fix or take care of, and things of that nature. He's going to spout off, you need to take this, take this, take this. He's referring to his products that they don't have, they would ship to you, but he's referring to that. We have individuals that are going to write. Two of our partners over there, they're going to write. They're going to write and take down, and then they're going to put it in your hand. Now, you then can go outside and go directly. As soon as you're done, go outside so that, again, we don't have this huge amount of people at the table. Some of you are trying to get products that you need to wait for the doctor to tell you what you need. Some of you are like, give it to me right now. So that's what's going to happen, okay? Now, if you don't have to get the products. That's not the purpose of it. It's the purpose of Dr. Wallach telling you what he knows that will help you. So you go out, if you want to get the products, get it. You don't have to get it. You want to think about it. You want questions answered. All of that's cool. It's all good. Tell your whole world it's all good. All right. But that's what Dr. Wallach is going to do. You're not up here to, and you wouldn't do that anyway, not up here to debate, none of that stuff. I will shut your mic down. That's not the, not that we'll do that. Ask your question, then listen to what he says. They'll put a piece of paper in your hand, and then you'll be good to go. Okay? Does everybody understand that? Okay. Okay. So, Dr. Wallach, we also have the internet is buzzing. And so one of our producers, who has the mic? Where's Telly is going to ask. So we'll kind of fit that in as well. We'll kind of fit that in as well to ask if someone is that all right with you? Okay. All right. Very, very good. All right. Can y'all give another hand clap for Dr. Wallach? Yes, he's back. Can we make sure Dr. Wallach's mic is on? Where's Kim? All right. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, Kim. I didn't wait till you were back there. I won't talk about you till I get home.
Test 1 1. There you go.
You want me to move these right now?
No, they're fine.
They're fine. So when you ask your question, you'll come to the mic. You want them to get in the line now?
Yeah, they can get in line now.
Okay.
And then, again, once you know what you need, let's say you're sitting in the back row and somebody asks about arthritis, you have arthritis, you don't need to wait. You can go right outside and talk to the people at the tables, because if everybody here, there's only a couple of them out there, and so it's better that people trickle out. Okay, so we're going to start. Since this gentleman may need to sit down here, we'll start with you.
Could you do this? This is someone that can't come up. So could you
do this one first?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you understand?
Okay, yes, I can read it. It says, can you speak about ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis? When I talk about ALS, I also will be talking about MS, multiple sclerosis, and also Huntington's disease, and also Parkinson's disease. All four are approached the same way with nutrition. Parkinson's disease, Huntington's disease, MS, and ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease. All four. So nobody will need to ask about these because it'll be the same approach nutritionally. Now I'm going to talk about 100 pounds. The dose goes by poundage. So we'll talk about a dosage for 100 pounds. It'll be one healthy brain and heart pack. One healthy brain and heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. Remember, that's for those four diseases. And get an extra bottle of the secret sauce we call selenium. And so they can take 6 a day, 3 at breakfast, 3 at dinner, or 2 at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And then I'll also take a program we call Synaptive. If you know about brain functions, synapse, where the one nerve fiber speaks to another, synapse. Synaptive, okay? Synaptive, okay? And I want you to take 3 of those twice a day per 100 pounds of body weight. It'll be 2 bottles a month, Synaptive. And then you need to eat 8 eggs a day per 100 pounds of body weight. They cannot be fried. They cannot be cooked in oil or margarine. They have to be either poached with a soft yolk, or soft boiled with a soft yolk, or soft scrambled in butter. And that's to give you the cholesterol necessary to rebuild the brain, the part of the brain that's damaged. They're all really the same disease. It's just a matter of where in the brain the more severe damage occurs. You get a different symptom based on the different parts of the brain. And they give it a different name. You could have all 4. You could have MS, ALS, Parkinson's disease, and Huntington's disease all at the same time. But doctors will pick the name of the one that's most obvious and give it that name. Okay, so there you go. ALS, MS, Huntington's disease, and Parkinson's disease. Okay, gentlemen, yes, sir.
All right. Dr. Wallach, I thank you.
Okay, this microphone isn't working very well. I need to turn it on or get closer. Or...
I thank you.
There you go.
Thank you again. I thank you for being here.
Thank you.
You're just talking about the brain. I've been hit in the head a couple of times. Pretty good.
Now, is this with a baseball
No.
falling off the roof? Or?
No, a brick.
A
Piece
brick,
of
okay.
steel coming down about 35 feet.
Okay.
Knocked me on my knees. I have problems with my knees and my hip.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe you could prescribe something for
Sure,
me.
very, very easy. The brain wants to recover. The brain can heal itself, contrary to what doctors say. Your brain can heal itself very nicely. And your nerves and your neck and your vertebrae and your hips and knees. And so what I would do is take 2 of the healthy brain and heart packs per month. 2, this is for head trauma. 2 healthy brain and heart packs per month, a full dose of everything at breakfast and a full dose of everything at dinner time, because you weigh somewhere around 200 pounds, give or take a few pounds. And I would also take the Synaptive again, take 3 of those twice a day. I'd also take the 8 to 10 eggs a day. But I also throw in the glucogel. The glucogel is the secret sauce to support and promote maintenance repair of cartilage, ligaments, tendons, connective tissue, disc between the vertebrae, back, hips, knees. I'd have you take 15 of those a day, 5 at breakfast, 5 at lunch, 5 at dinner. And this goes for anybody that has osteoporosis, osteopenia, arthritis, bone-to-bone arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, bone spurs, calcium deposits, periodontal disease. And whatever pack you take, you want to also take those 2 bottles of glucogel, so you can take 15 a day, so they'll support and promote maintenance repair, cartilage, ligaments, tendons, connective tissue, disc between the vertebrae. Okay?
Thank you.
You're very welcome, sir. God bless you.
God bless
Okay, I'm going to jump over here. Yes?
I just want to welcome you for being here today.
Get a little closer. There you go. Thank you, Pastor.
Good afternoon. I just
Thank
wanted
you.
to welcome you for being here today.
Well,
It's
thank you.
our
Very
pleasure.
gracious. Thank you.
Also, I wanted to ask you about, I have a history of pulmonary embolism, and it imitates the factor 5. You know, if your mother have it, you have it, but it isn't. So I wanted you to give me some
Sure.
advice on that.
Okay, pulmonary embolism is a blood clot, okay, caused by deficiency of omega-3 essential fatty acids, whether it's a blood clot in the brain, heart, or the lung. Pulmonary embolism means there's one of these blood clots in the lung caused by a deficiency of omega-3s or a ratio problem between omega-3s, 6s, and 9s. And obviously, when you take in inflammatory things like fried foods, it makes it worse. It makes the lining of the arteries all inflamed, so it makes the deficiencies worse. And so what I would do is go ahead and take 2 of the Healthy Brain and Heart packs per month, full dose of everything twice a day. I would also take what we call the Ultimate Daily Classic. Ultimate Daily Classic, or tablets. I'd go ahead with 1 bottle a month, and that's going to allow you to take 3 of those tablets twice a day. And what it's going to do is support healthy dilation of the blood vessels in your lungs. It's also going to support healthy blood clotting systems, so you're not going to have a blood clot when you don't need one. And it's the Ultimate Daily Classic. Take 3 of those twice a day. That's in addition to the 2 Healthy Brain and Heart packs. None of the bad stuff, no fried foods, no processed meats, no oils, no gluten. So the next time I say none of the bad stuff, everybody knows what that is. And it's not genetic. The reason why your mom has it and you have it is because she has a gluten intolerance. She's passed that on to you through cord blood. Do you have children?
Yes.
Did any of them have any asthma?
Yes.
Bingo! Okay?
Yeah.
That's because those things are all caused by gluten intolerance.
Wow.
And so it's a trail from your mom's mother. All her sisters and brothers have it. Your aunties on your mama's side have passed it on to their children. If you have daughters, they better be gluten-free, because if they're not gluten-free, they will pass it on to their children. If they're gluten-free, they won't.
Wow. That's
Okay.
awesome. As a matter of fact, I never was asymptomatic of asthma until now.
Mm-hmm.
But my kids always like, Mom, you cleaning and that Clorox and, you know, the smells.
No, it's
rather-
a deficiency. Okay, so
Well,
now
thank
you
you
know what to
very
do.
much.
God bless you.
Yeah. God bless you. Thank
Okay,
you so
thank
much.
you. Okay.
Dr. Wallach, side note, for people that, how do we handle, so someone's out there listening, they hear you address someone that has what they're struggling with, how do they handle that in terms of going to the table?
Well, if they already know, if they're standing outside, if they're here, they go right to the table.
So if they're sitting out there and you address something that they
They
have.
can go right to the
And
table.
just tell them what they have,
Mm-hmm.
just, if they're streaming,
Oh,
what
if
do we
they're
do if they're streaming?
Basically, what I would do is collect some of this information on a piece of paper like you gave me before. We can answer one of those every time we do 2 of these, kind of thing. But you're blessed in having Michael and Kim, because they're very knowledgeable. And so you can email these things to them later.
Okay.
I mean, you can do this for the next 6 years. You can email these things to them, and they will know what to do.
Okay,
If they
just
run
not
into something
tomorrow
they
on
don't, they
Super
can
Bowl
contact
Sunday.
me.
Okay. The website, what's the website? Can we give the
No,
website?
well, they have to,
We'll do it before we
yeah,
close.
get the website from them.
Okay.
Because we have thousands of websites based on individuals, and so
Gotcha.
I try not to have any in my head.
Okay, so everybody clear, if Dr. Wallach answers a question of what you're dealing with for somebody else, then you can just try to remember what he said, but more so go out to the table and tell them, I have this, and they'll tell you.
Oh, yeah,
Everybody
no
got it? Okay.
Okay, your turn.
Hi, Dr. Wallach. What would your diagnosis be for? I'm a 32-year-old woman who's had 2 heart attacks already.
Okay, 2 heart attacks. This was a blood clot in the heart, cardiomyopathy, bleeding heart attack. What kind of heart
Blood
attack?
clot in the heart.
Say again?
Blood clot. I have
Blood
4,
clot, okay.
4 stents. But my cardiologist doesn't talk about nutrition at all.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last
I
piece.
said my cardiologist doesn't recommend anything nutritionally for me at all.
Well, it's because he knows nothing about nutrition. Okay, so you're kind of a big girl. What do you weigh?
200.
200,
10
okay.
pounds.
I would take 2 healthy brain and heart packs a month. It's starting to sound familiar. Anytime a heart's involved, blood vessels involved, heart attack, stroke. So you want 2 healthy brain and heart packs per month, a full dose of everything at breakfast, full dose of everything at dinner time. I would also get the ultimate, don't play with your paper. Yeah, put the paper on the floor. Thank you. Okay. You also want the Ultimate Daily Classic. Go ahead and take 3 of those at breakfast, 3 dinner time, a bottle a month, Ultimate Daily Classic. And then I would also throw in what we call the Ultimate Cardio Sticks. The Ultimate Cardio Sticks. So you tear the top off, you put them in a bottle of water and drink it. I would go ahead and take 2 of those a day. There's 1 per 100 pounds of body weight, so 1 at breakfast, 1 at dinner time. And they're going to support blood flow through blocked arteries. They're going to support lowering blood pressure. I don't know if you have a blood pressure problem associated with this sometimes. But this is all nutritional deficiencies. It's easily dealt with. And you do have to stay away from the bad stuff, the fried foods, the processed meats, the oils, and gluten, right? Okay? And again, the reason why your doctors don't talk to you about nutrition is because they don't know much about it. It's probably good that they don't talk about it.
I have one more question.
No, you only get 1.
Oh,
Apologize. You only get 1.
seriously? Okay.
There's 1. Yes.
Hi, yeah, hello. I just
Hi.
wanted to clarify, with autism, you said that is it something that's, there anything to do now, or I have a 6-year-old who has autism.
I missed that last part?
I have a 6-year-old who has autism.
Okay, autism. Autism is not genetic. Autism is a nutritional deficiency of the brain. We're talking about autism, ADD, ADHD, depression, manic depression, bipolar disease. Bipolar disease when you're in civilian clothes. When you have PTSD, okay, post-traumatic stuff. This is when you're in a military uniform. It's really just bipolar. And then there's schizophrenia, and then there's psychoses, anxiety attack, panic attack, all caused by the same thing. It's 1 or more deficiencies of the brain. The brain requires all 90 essential nutrients. Now, kids can be born perfectly normal, and then if they're deficient in their formula or the mother's deficient in the breast milk, then the baby will gradually, over time, it could be days or weeks, get autism. Or the baby can be born with autism. There's nothing mechanically or physically wrong with the brain, so that it's something that's fixable. Sometimes babies have autism, but they also have the equivalent of, even if the mother didn't drink or take drugs, they might have the equivalent of what would be called fetal alcohol syndrome, where they do have some permanent retardation because there's a little piece missing in the brain because mom was missing something. And then you can get rid of the autism piece, and the kid will be significantly better, but not perfect. So, I mean, there's all these possibilities. Without talking to the kid and knowing more history, it'd be hard to tell which one.
Well, she can't talk, so
But
she wouldn't be able
she was
to
born
answer.
normal and sort of developed this at age 4.
She developed it, she was diagnosed at age 2. Age 2, she was
At
diagnosed.
age 2, yeah. Well, she was okay until she was 2, and then she developed at age 2. It's reversible. Okay? So what I would do is a child like that, what does she weigh?
50,
50 pounds?
yeah.
Yeah. So what I would do is get her 1 healthy brain and heart pack. That's going to last her 2 months. That's meant for 100 pounds for a month. So she weighs 50 pounds. That's a 2-month supply. And you mix up a full dose of everything, like it says, and then give her a 1/4 of a dose at breakfast, 1/4 of a dose at dinner. So that's her half for the day, right? And that should last her, that whole package should last her 2 months then. But get her away from the bad stuff. Again, last time, no fried foods, no processed meats, no oils, no gluten. And in her case, no sugar. That means no fruit juice, no fruit. She can get everything she needs from fruit, from vegetables. No stir frying. And you got to keep them away from the bad stuff because that's where the problem lies. Okay?
Okay.
Very good. Question?
Hi, Dr. Wallach. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
My question is, what can I do or use for gait imbalance? I have, my body wants to go straight, but it leans, and sometimes I have difficulty walking.
Okay, now is this, she has a balance problem. Now is this a,
Cerebella something?
okay, were you born this way?
No,
Okay,
not to my
then it's
knowledge.
not cerebellum.
Well, that's what the doctor said.
Okay, yeah, it's not cerebellum. It's not cerebral palsy. If you were born normal,
Right.
how long ago did this develop?
It's been going on for about a year and a half.
Okay, so a year and a half. Yeah, so it's not a genetic defect. It's not a congenital defect. You weren't born that way. And this can be due to osteoporosis of the skull,
Okay.
or you could have one hip, one leg shorter than the other. I mean, there's all kinds of possibilities here. But if it has to do with the brain, doctors forget that you get osteoporosis of the skull, just like you do your legs and your pelvis and your vertebrae. When you have osteoporosis of your skull, the bones get thicker. Oftentimes they called Paget's disease. And when it gets thicker, the canals that the nerves come through, there's 12 pairs of cranial nerves. 12 come out this side from the brain, 12 come out from this side of the brain. And the one that affects your balance, and you feel like you're maybe in motion, do you ever get like motion sickness, a little nausea with it?
Yes,
Yeah.
sometimes.
Do you ever get ringing in your ears?
No.
Or no tone or chirping or anything?
No.
Okay. But if you feel a little nausea sometime, you feel like, man, the room is swimming, like motion sickness, this could be caused by osteoporosis of the skull. And the canal that the 8th cranial nerve is going through is filling up with scar tissue because you have osteoporosis of the skull. And when you squeeze the vestibular branch of the 8th cranial nerve, in the old days you used to call it Meniere's disease, and today they call it Wallach's vertigo because I figured out what causes it.
Right.
So what you need to do, you're a tall girl, so you're going to need 2 healthy bone and joint packs per month.
Okay.
2 full doses a day, a full dose of breakfast and dinner, 2 healthy bone and joint packs per month. And you also want to, in each one of those healthy bone and joint packs is going to be a wide mouth jar of CM cream, which is a topical pain reliever, anti-inflammatory. You're going to take a quarter of a teaspoon with a Q-tip in the morning when you wake up, put it down in your ears, like you're trying to get wax out. And then in the middle of the day, like 3 o'clock, kind of halfway between lunch and dinner, do it again.
Okay.
And if that's correct, what will happen is you're going to see relief for 3 to 5 hours.
Okay.
Be different. And if it's in your hips, then it won't affect it at all because it's in your hips.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Have an amazing day.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm just being here with you is an amazing day. Thank you, dear. Okay, back to you.
Okay. My son, he's 4. He has severe allergies. He's allergic to the top 8 and corn and sesame seed. He has extreme itching, eczema. I haven't seen his skin clear since he was born.
Okay, so he has eczema. Does he have any respiratory stuff or bowel things?
He had he was getting colonoscopies, endoscopies
How
when
old
he
is
was
this
first
child?
born. He'll be 5 next month.
5 next month. They're doing a colonoscopy on him.
Tonsils, adenoids.
Yeah,
removed.
we need a new doctor here. Okay, doing a colonoscopy on a 5-year-old kid. Somebody needs to go to jail here. I could say some things, but I won't. Okay. I'm getting breathless here because of this. Okay. Basically, when a child has eczema and bowel problems, it's because they have what? A gluten intolerance.
Right.
Now, did you have asthma as a child?
No, his father did.
Well, it's not going to come from the father.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Even if the father had asthma, it's not going to come from the father. Do you have any other children?
No.
Do you have any brothers and sisters?
Yes.
Do any of them have asthma?
Yes.
Bingo! There we go again. Okay? So, yourself, your husband, the boy's father, your brothers and sisters, your mama, if she's still alive, all your mama's brothers and sisters, your aunties and uncles, all of them got to be gluten-free. Okay, and what does this child weigh?
He's almost 40, and he is gluten-free now, though.
I don't believe it. Are you gluten-free?
Allergic. No.
Well, then he's not gluten-free.
Okay.
Are the dogs and cats in the house gluten-free?
He's allergic, so we don't have any.
Okay, what about anybody else living in the house? Grandma?
No. Just
Does he
us.
go to babysitters?
He's at the daycare.
Daycare?
Uh-huh.
Are they all gluten-free?
Do you mean in the environment?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, no.
No. And so he's not gluten-free then.
Okay.
Okay, cross-contamination in the food preparation surfaces, the couch where people watch TV, hugging people that just had toast for breakfast, all the crumbs are all over their clothes. Even the daycare person,
Right.
they had a breakfast sandwich at McDonald's and they're full of gluten on their hands, and they take the child's hand and the child puts his hands in his face and so Dog food, for those of you who do have dogs, the dust from the dry dog food or dry cat food gets on you. The laundry where people wash their clothes, you wash your clothes in the same laundry as your child.
No, I separate that.
Say again?
I do it separately.
I don't care if it's separate, it's the same washer and
okay.
dryer. Yeah, I was getting
Right.
cross-contamination.
Okay.
I mean, you need to clean this environment up. I mean, really be obsessive about it, okay?
Okay.
And then the child weighs 40 pounds, you say?
Yes.
Okay, so approach it as 50 pounds. So it'll be one healthy brain and heart pack. Can last him 2 months. So a half a dose a day for 2 months, right? And then you need to get another one. As he gains weight, the dose needs to go up. And this should go away fairly quickly, okay? But I would get another opinion before you start doing colonoscopic exams on a 4-year-old.
I stopped taking him to the doctor.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Bless you, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, you know, how many of you have heard of the trouble with priests who are predators on the choir boys and stuff like that? Well, there's lots of sexual predators who become pediatricians. So think about that. Yes.
Yes. God bless you, Dr. Wallach.
Thank you.
Concerning pain, wherever the pain may be, because I believe because I'm a praying man, I haven't taken pain medicine in like 3 weeks, and I feel the same way I felt when I was taking the pain medicine. So what would you prescribe?
Okay,
for
now pain, you're talking about muscles, soft tissue, you're
Just
talking about joints?
in the body, in here.
Every place.
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you ever had a diagnosis from anybody? You know, like
Yes.
fibromyalgia or arthritis? I mean, what did they tell you? I mean, you know you have pain. You didn't need to go to a doctor to say you have pain. So what did they tell you?
They're saying that I had the condition, and because
What condition?
They said I had arthritis. I don't believe
Okay,
it.
so let's say you have arthritis. You're a big fellow. You need 2 healthy bone and joint packs per month,
Okay.
right? Full dose of everything twice a day, except for the glucose gel. You're going to take 15 a day, and all that would be accomplished by the 2 healthy bone and joint packs. You can use the CM cream topically on your knees, your hips, your elbows, or shoulders, or neck, wherever you have the pain. Soft tissue, muscles is fine. And what kind of work do you do?
In hospitality, catering.
I'm sorry, say again?
Hospitality, catering.
Hospitality,
Food, beverage.
Okay, you're not the cook, are you?
No.
Okay. And you're rolling out flour and bread and stuff. Okay. Yeah, you want to stay away from that kind of stuff. And none of the bad foods, no fried foods, no processed meats, no gluten. And also, you want to stay away from carbonated drinks, even ones you think of as being benign. Things like ginger ale, club soda, sparkling water, because the carbonation actually neutralizes stomach acid. It's going to prevent you from absorbing minerals. And so you got to stay away from all the carbonated drinks too. Okay?
Thank you.
Your bet. Yep. Question?
Hi. I got sick about 3 or 4 years ago.
You want to step up to the microphone a little bit? Thank you.
Okay, I got sick about 3 or 4 years ago, and I had pain, and before I knew it, I was in the hospital. The kids took me to the hospital, and they examined me just like that, and the doctor said, "Oh, your gallbladder is shot, we're taking it."
So you took your gallbladder
They
out?
took my gallbladder. So I want to know, because they're saying I don't need it, I don't believe that. So is there
Well, God put it in there, you need it.
Yes, my point. Yeah. So, I mean, is there a vitamin I can take? Is there something I can do to offset all
Sure.
that?
Now, the question is, do you still have any discomfort in your belly?
No, and it wasn't discomfort. I didn't even know I was sick. I thought I was having a heart attack. It was my first event. It just happened.
Oh, he said you had a heart attack.
No, I said I thought I was having a heart
okay.
attack, but they said it was my gallbladder. But
Okay.
I had never gotten sick before for that.
Okay. Then, do you have any skin problems, any eczema, dermatitis, psoriasis?
I've been in remission with the eczema for about 20-some years.
20-something years, okay. Guess what? You have a gluten intolerance.
Okay.
So you need to get off of all gluten. No wheat, barley, rye, and oats. No fried foods, no processed meats or oils, right? All that's got to go.
Okay.
Now, the gallbladder, 99% of the time, is innocent. The gallbladder is just a bag. And if you had any stones in there, gallstones, they're made in the liver, and the liver drops them into the gallbladder. And so taking out the gallbladder is kind of insane, because that's like amputating a weightlifter's arms because he's got a big arm, because he's been weightlifting, right? And so what I would do is go ahead and take 2 of the healthy brain and heart packs per month, which is very good for the liver, full dose of everything twice a day. And then specifically, we have what we call the gallbladder in a bottle. It's a digestive program, and I want you to take 1 or 2. You'll decide which one's better for you. 1 or 2 of those ultimate enzymes. They're called ultimate enzymes, like 1 to 2 minutes before each meal with a couple ounces of water. It'll be maybe 1 bottle a month. And we call it a gallbladder in a bottle because it has bile in it to help you absorb all the good fats, including fat-soluble vitamins, A, D, E, and K, good cholesterol, all the stuff you need to absorb. You have to have bile from the liver to do that. And your gallbladder just stores the liquid bile. And when you have a meal, it'll kind of squish and all that bile goes in your intestines and helps you absorb those good fats. So you do need that, and so that's why we have the gallbladder in a bottle called Ultimate Enzymes. Take 1 or 2 of those, 2 to 5 minutes for each meal, a couple ounces of water, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Okay, question?
Yes. Dr. Wallace, thank you for being here.
You're very
I am
welcome.
diagnosed with macular degeneration. And I do have a spot in that right eye. And that's why I want to know.
Okay, she has macular degeneration. Did you drive here yourself today?
No, my niece brought me.
Okay, can you drive?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Macular degeneration is free radical damage to the lining, the retina of the eye. And it's easily prevented and it's easily reversed. It's not genetic in any way, shape, or form. It's caused by free radical damage to the eye. So you got to change everything you're doing. No fried foods, no processed meats, no oils, no gluten. All that's got to go. I want you to remember that the eye is part of the brain, okay, and the brain is part of the eye. It's the brain has the optic nerve, goes through the skull, and then the eye is a ball, a ball on the end of that optic nerve. So it's all part of the brain. So you need to get rid of all the bad stuff, and particularly things that produce free radicals. No fried foods, no processed meats with nitrates, nitrites, no oils, no gluten. And you want to take 2 of the Healthy Brain and Heart packs per month, a full dose of everything at breakfast and dinner. And then I would also get your auric points, your antioxidant points up to get rid of that damage. It's kind of like having really severe age and liver spots in the lining of your eye. And so what I want you to do, there's 3 things you can take to get your auric points up. And you kind of mix them up, one this week, another different one next week, and so on. So you can have a little variety, or you can do all the same thing. It doesn't matter. You need to get your auric points, your antioxidant points above 100,000 per day. Auric is an acronym which stands for oxygen radical capacity, which is a measurement of how many free radicals are neutralized by the antioxidants in the product. At any rate, you can do that with either what's called Cell Shield RTQ. Take 5 of those twice a day. Or you can take triple treat chocolate, which is kind of fun. You take 6 of those a day, 2 at breakfast, lunch, and dinner if you like chocolate. And, or you can take what we call the Beyond Tangerine BTT 2.0 tablets. I'd go ahead and take 3 of those twice a day. It'll be 2 bottles a month. And that's going to get your auric points above 100,000 a day. Now, the BTT 2.0 tablets is a fairly economical way to get really over 300,000 auric points a day. For me, I would do the BTT 2.0 tablets because I'd want 300,000 auric points, although 100 will do the job. But my vision is important to me, so I'm going to go with the BTT. But any one of them will work. You can mix and match them, get over 100,000, and these guys out there will help you do that. And I made a bet with a doctor once who called me a liar, who was in the group. And I said, I can reverse macular degeneration even if you're legally blind for 6, 8, 10 years. He jumped up and said, Wallach, you're a liar. I said, well, sir, who are you? He says, well, I'm a medical doctor, eye doctor, and absolutely it can't be done. It's an age thing, and you can't stop it or prevent it or cure it. I said, well, sir, that's not correct. You want to do a little wager. And he said, yeah, I'll do a wager with you. He says, well, bring me 12 of your patients that are legally blind, 6, 8, 10 years of macular degeneration. And if I could get half of them in 90 days, 6 out of the 12, to read 20/20, would you apologize? He said, if you could get 1 out of 12, I'll apologize. So the next day, he brought me a box of 27 charts. True story. Brought me 27 charts. I had 300 witnesses in the room. And he says, here, pick your 12. And I said, well, who's going to pay for all the supplements? He says, well, let's make that part of the wager. If you win, I'll pay for it. If I win, you pay for it. I said, well, that's fair. I said, if that's the case, let's go for all 27. He says, you're on. So I filled out a form, as you're going to have filled out there, and I personally gave it to each of the 27 patients. I talked to each one because I didn't quite trust him. I didn't know if he was going to kind of purposely deep six it so he could win the bet. I don't know, because I didn't know him. And so I talked to each of the patients and gave them a handwritten thing of how to take the supplements. 90 days later, all 27, praise God, could read 20/20. Only 2 required glasses to make it happen. The other 25 didn't even need glasses. Now, He apologized in public, but he even did better than that. I just love that man. He made me a CD and told the story of the wager and tells how the thing went. And we sell millions of those CDs every year. It's called Seeing is Believing. Seeing is Believing. And so you need to get that CD. Tell me you want the CD, Seeing is Believing. And then, of course, you want the 2 healthy brain and heart packs per month. Okay, a full dose for everything at breakfast, full dose for everything at dinner time. I would also get the Vision FX. So you can take 3 of those twice a day, be 2 bottles a month. And let's see, I would also take the Synaptive. Take SYNAPTIV. Take 3 of those twice a day, 2 bottles a month, okay? And then call us every 2 weeks and let us know how it's going.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you,
God
Doctor.
bless.
Dr. Wallach, we have an online question. An online viewer has carcinoid cancer, has already had his appendix removed because of it. Is there a natural cure?
Okay. Carcinoids tend to be only local. They rarely go other places. They're kind of a local malignancy where they just kind of grow locally. They rarely, if ever, go anyplace else. They are dangerous because if they erode a blood vessel, you can bleed to death. Because they release chemicals, you can get a stroke and so forth. So they're not harmless, but if you get cancer, that's one that's very survivable, carcinoid. And so what I would do is have them change everything they're doing. Get them on a gluten-free diet, no fried foods, no processed meats, no oils, and then have them take 1 healthy brain and heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. If they only weigh 120, 130 pounds, get an extra bottle of selenium so they could take a minimum of 6 of those selenium a day, 3 at breakfast or dinner, or 2, 2, and 2. I would also have them take the BTT 2.0 tablets, 3 of those twice a day, so they can get their ORIC points above 100,000 a day. And that will do wondrous things for their immune system, which is their best friend. We cannot use the cure word here. There are certain limits by law that we can use the cure word. I can cure you of scurvy by giving you vitamin C. I can cure you of rickets by giving you vitamin D3. I can cure you of beriberi by giving you vitamin B1. I can cure you of pellagra by giving you vitamin B3. I can cure you of pernicious anemia by giving you B12. And then it stops, because that's all the doctors know. They don't know about the other 53 essential nutrients. And so by law, I can't use the cure word. And you've heard me several times talk about supporting and promoting maintenance repair. That's about as far as I can go. If you have, for instance, a bullet in you and surgically remove the bullet, I can cure you of that foreign body being you by taking the bullet out. But there are certain limits on what we can use the cure word for because of how the medical system has gotten things into the legal system. Okay? Okay. Did I answer the question?
You did.
Okay, very good. Yes.
Hi, Dr. Wallach. God bless you for your work you're doing.
Well, thank you. Very kind. I love God.
Amen. I believe it. About 2 weeks ago, I was taken to the emergency because I had a racy heart. And they did all of the preliminary tests. They said my heart was fine. They still want to do like a heart monitor and ultrasound
one that they
on my
put
heart.
on you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now that's benign. That's fine.
Okay. And they had me on, I was already on the water pill. And then they put me on verapamil, I think it's.
Verapamil, okay.
Mm-hmm, the lower dose.
Slow the heart down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, let me ask you a couple of questions.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the first time you've had an episode like that?
I had one back in 2009 because I hemorrhaged. So my heart.
Sure, speaking of, when you get
Mm-hmm.
anemic for any reason, whether it's hemorrhage or nutritional deficiency, your heart goes faster.
And then in my 40s, I think I used to wake up and had the rapid, but it was stopped.
How old are you now?
I'm 55.
55.
Mm-hmm.
How tall are you?
About 5'3"3/4".
5'3" 3/4". Now, have you shrunk any? Have you shrunk a ½ inch or maybe an inch since you were 20 years old?
No.
Would you bet a dinner on that?
No.
Okay. Yeah, you need to measure.
They just measured me, but she wasn't sure because the way I had my hair that day, so she wasn't sure whether I shrunk or not.
Yeah. So I'm going to say something here in a minute, but I want to ask you a couple more questions.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any history of any skin problems or asthma?
No.
Any of your children or brothers and sisters?
No.
Okay. Any
I'm sorry, my sister.
Oh, your sister has what?
She has asthma.
Has asthma?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then you've got gluten intolerance. She's got a gluten intolerance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And bowel problems, constipation, diarrhea, irritable bowel syndrome, colitis, diverticulitis, appendicitis, all that stuff. Anybody in your family have appendicitis?
No.
Okay, but you do have a gluten intolerance because your sister got asthma.
I was working on that, but to hear you talk, I'm not gluten-free. I thought I was, but then you were talking about the environment also.
You got gluten intolerance.
I believe it.
You can't deny it, dear. Okay.
No.
Now, the reason I ask you if you shrunk any is because there's a thing called atrial fibrillation. Did the doctor talk about AFib or atrial fibrillation?
He said something about sinusitis.
Okay. Yeah, sinus arrhythmias and that sort of thing.
Something like
yeah.
that.
That's the thing that controls the rate of your heart in the heart. But the main thing, somebody want to close that door back there, please? Thank you. But the main thing that controls the rate and rhythm of your heart are the spinal nerves coming out from between T1, 2, 3, and 4, the thoracic vertebrae, the first 4 vertebrae in your back, after your neck, and then there's T1, 2, 3, and 4. When the discs shrink there, those vertebrae get closer together, and they smash the roots of the spinal nerves that control the rate and rhythm of the heart. Now, did these things happen when you were laying down, or sitting down, or getting up, or reaching up, or when did it happen?
You mean the heart rate?
The rapid heart rate.
I was actually asleep, and they kept asking me, did it happen?
Okay, so you were laying down. Okay.
Because when I would sit up, I noticed it would be a calm.
Okay, it calmer when you sat down, when you sat up.
When I sat up.
Okay. Well, this is a positional thing. This means that your vertebrae are squeezing the roots of those nerves. Either you got a bone spur on them, a calcium deposit, which is osteoporosis, or you've shrunk and those discs are thinner than normal, and the vertebrae are squeezing the roots of the nerves. Now, this is actually called atrial fibrillation. Doctors will install defibrillators, pacemakers. They may have talked to you about that's a possibility in the future.
Yeah.
They will kill parts of your heart muscle with electric shock to see if they can find the part that's running wild, as they call it. They can also then do a retroversion, which they electrocute you to death, hoping to reboot your heart rhythm. And then they can do a heart transplant, none of which is going to work because it's a back problem, not a heart problem. Your insurance company will pay out $500,000 to the doctor for a problem you do not have.
They did say I had stenosis.
Say again?
Stenosis.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Oh, they did say I have something called stenosis, where the spine is narrowing. Stenosis.
Oh, stenosis, spinal stenosis. Yeah,
Yes.
it could be spinal stenosis.
Yes, they said that I did have that.
Oh, there you go. There you had a back problem. Okay. And was it up in your back, high in your back, or low?
I'm not sure. I'm thinking lower, and then I have herniated discs also.
Well, there you go. Okay, there's the disc problems. Okay, so, yeah, this racing thing when you're laying down is due to degenerative disc disease. You sit up, it goes away. And so what I want you to do, what do you weigh?
About 150.
150. I want you to take 2 healthy bone and joint packs per month. Take a full dose of everything twice a day except for the glucose. I want you to take 15 a day, 5 at breakfast, 5 at lunch, 5 at dinner. All that will be accomplished by the 2 healthy bone and joint packs. You can go ahead and put the CM cream on your neck, just like a teaspoon, put it on your neck right down the middle, and the first 4 or 5 or 6 vertebrae in your upper back between your shoulder blades, and on an inch on either side. You use the CM cream. And it'd be very interesting. Take your pulse. You have one of these watches or devices that'll take your pulse. You can take your pulse twice a day. Just record it in a logbook. But sit there and for 10 minutes and calm down before you take your pulse, so you're kind of in the same situation all the time.
Okay.
And then give us a call. But the odds are it's AFib, which is caused by a back problem, not a heart problem.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet. Okay, your turn.
Good afternoon, Dr.
Good afternoon.
It's awesome you being here.
Well, thank you. Very kind.
I have a family member that's been dealing with COPD.
COPD, okay, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, okay.
Okay, and on top of it, they've been dealing with arthritis, like in their back and in their knees.
Sure.
What can be done with that right
Okay, is this a big person? Do they weigh 200 pounds or 100 pounds? Or?
200 pounds. They're a little shorter than me.
Okay, so 200 pounds. How old are they?
72.
72, okay. Well, COPD can be caused by smoking. It can be caused by eating lots of fried foods and getting scar tissue in the lungs. It could be a chartered order cook inhaling, the vapors from frying foods. It could be caused by working with chemicals and dust. It can be caused just by eating fried foods yourself and causing the arteries in your lungs to get scarred up and plugged up. And so what I want them to do if they weigh 200 pounds is to take 2 healthy brain and heart packs per month. 2 healthy brain and heart packs per month. Then I want them to take the Ultimate Daily Classic, 3 of those twice a day, okay? 2 bottles a month, the Ultimate Daily Classic, and this is to dilate the arteries in the lungs, get more blood flowing through there. I also want to take 2 a day, 1 at breakfast, 1 at dinner time, of the Ultimate Cardio Sticks. Tear open the top, pour in a bottle of water, let them drink it at breakfast and dinner time. And, of course, none of the bad stuff. Got to get rid of all the inflammatory things that have done this. No fried foods, no processed meats, no also gluten. I would also throw in one more thing, which is an oxygen supplement. It's called Oxybody. They can take an ounce an hour before each meal. If it's a financial problem, you know, they don't have to do it. It'll speed things up. They can take an ounce like an hour before breakfast, an hour before lunch, hour before dinner, or not at all. But it'll help things go faster because it's an oxygen supplement. That's what it is, Oxybody, okay? Comes in quart jars. Okay, God bless. Okay, back to the center here.
Thank you for coming.
Well, you're welcome.
My question is very simple. I was diagnosed with a thyroid disorder about 20 years ago.
Okay, low thyroid or hyperthyroid?
I lost weight. I lost
sorry?
a lot. I lost a lot of weight.
Oh, you lost a lot of weight. Okay,
yes.
Could be hyperthyroidism.
Yes. So they put me on Synthroid, and I was told I would have to take this pill for the rest of my life, and that's what I wanted.
Did they take your thyroid out or kill it with?
They shrunk it with the iodine.
They shrunk it with radioactive iodine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you still have it in there.
I think
Or is it
I
gone?
do. You tell me, you're the doctor.
Okay.
But they shrunk it with the iodine. That's what they did, opposed to surgery.
Okay.
So I'm taking this
Okay.
pill, and I want to know, do I
And
have
so
to
we
take
don't know if it's functional
I guess I don't.
because you're taking hormones, right?
Right.
Okay. Okay, and?
So I wanted to know, do I have to take this
Okay.
medication
Okay.
for the
Well,
rest?
I would have them do a blood test and see what's going on, you know, with the hormones in your thyroid, the hormones for your pituitary, TSH and thyroxine and stuff. And they could give you a clue whether your thyroid is dead or alive, so to speak. But in the meantime, what you want to do is get rid of all the bad stuff out of your life, the fried foods, the processed meats, the also gluten. And you also want to get rid of cruciferous vegetables. Anytime you have anything wrong with your thyroid, you want to get rid of cruciferous vegetables. That means no broccoli, no cabbage, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, or kale, because they interfere with thyroid. And then you want to take, in addition to 2 healthy brain and heart packs, one full dose of breakfast, 1 full dose of dinner time. That'll last you a month. 2 full doses of the healthy brain and heart pack per month. You also want to throw in what we call the Ocean's Gold. Go ahead and take 3 of those at breakfast, 3 at dinner time. It's 2 bottles a month. And that was how long ago they did that with the iodine?
About 20 years.
22
About
years?
20 years ago.
Okay, 22 years ago. Okay. And so the problem hasn't come back or anything?
They just check my levels, tell me if I need more or less.
Okay,
Yes.
sure. Okay, well, let's just do that. Okay?
Thank you.
You bet. Okay,
Hi,
question?
good afternoon. I was diagnosed with alopecia, and I was told that because of my thyroid condition, I take the Synthroid, that it would be irreversible. So I wanted to know if there's some possibility
so
that
you
that
have
can...
alopecia universalis, kind of loss of hair loss everywhere? kind of
Not
thing?
everywhere.
Primarily here?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, interesting, the Japanese have done lots of research on male pattern baldness. I am very interested in that, obviously, in the research. And they say that male pattern baldness, primarily the head, is due to a tin deficiency. So the nice thing about our minerals is it has a lot of tin. And I'd say 12, 15 years ago, I mean, I was like Yul Brynner. There was nothing up there. So I've grown a lot of hair since I've been really upping my mineral intake, probably because of the tin. But I've also been gluten-free so I can absorb stuff. And so are these your real eyebrows?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Yes.
Very good. And so I would go with 2 of the Healthy Brain and Heart packs per month, a full dose of everything twice a day, 2 Healthy Brain and Heart packs per month. And then we have what we call hair, skin, and nails. Go ahead and get 2 bottles of that a month. Take 3 at breakfast, 3 at dinner time, and get rid of all the bad stuff. All righty?
So that biotin, is that something that's biotin? Have you heard of that? Biotin? Many people have suggested that for hair, nails.
You're talking about eating buffalo meat, bison?
No. Biotin. No? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you for being here.
Very sweet. Thank you.
I've been diagnosed with PMR, polymyelitis rheumatica.
Okay.
And I had a triple bypass 8 years ago. I still have ongoing cardiac issues, so I'm on Brilinta and several other medications.
Sure.
So my question is, the PMR is kicking my butt, and I want to know how to ease some of the pain and the discomfort from that disease.
Okay, BMR?
Polymyelitis rheumatica.
Okay. Yeah, another name for it is fibromyalgia.
They told me that it was different from fibromyalgia because they said it was worse than, I don't want to be worse, but I had 2 doctors tell me that there was a difference.
The rheumatica piece is more in the joints than the soft tissue, but it's a similar disease.
It's both.
Yeah, and both of them are related to lupus and kind of things, kind of a cousin to lupus also.
Oh.
And so what you want to do is get off of gluten, no wheat, no barley, rhino, oats. I'd go ahead and take 2 of the Healthy Brain and Heart packs per month, a full dose of everything at breakfast and full dose of everything at dinner time. Get yourself 2 bottles of the large glucogel, so you can take 15 a day, 5 at breakfast, 5 at lunch, 5 at dinner. And for the discomfort, what you need to do is take what we call the CM Plus capsules. Take 3 of those twice a day, and it's going to be a universal anti-inflammatory, analgesic, pain-relieving thing. And don't cold turkey off of any medication, particularly the pain stuff. And so what you want to do is, like, how often do you see the doctor?
Every couple of months.
Every couple of months, okay.
Yeah.
So you start this now, and again, no fried foods, processed meats, oils, or gluten. And then when you go see him, say, you know, I'm feeling pretty good. I've been changing my diet and taking some supplements. And can you possibly reduce the
medication
prescription of 1 or so of these medications? Let the guy who wrote the prescription do that. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay, over here, yes.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. I have a child that was diagnosed with ADHD at the age of 5, and he's been on medication since then.
Ritalin?
No, Adderall XR.
Adderall, okay.
Yeah. So, do you have any recommendation?
Sure. And again, this is kind of the second time we've touched on this. And so I want everybody to listen up that has a child or a grandchild or a cousin or somebody with ADD, ADHD, regardless of age. This is a 4-year-old?
He was diagnosed at 5. He's an adult now.
Oh, he's an adult now?
Yes.
But as an adult, how old?
19.
19, okay. Young adult. So, does he have any history of skin problems, eczema, dermatitis, psoriasis?
Yeah.
Well, there's the bingo. Yeah, there's the bingo again. And so he can't absorb nutrients is a problem because his intestines are damaged. Remember seeing the rat intestines?
He doesn't have skin problems now, though.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. He still has the clinical symptoms of the deficiency, which is caused by, okay? So, do you have any other children?
Yes.
Do any of them have any asthma or skin problems?
Skin problems.
Skin problems, okay. Yeah, they all have a gluten intolerance. Do you have any brothers and sisters?
Yes.
Do any of them have skin problems or asthma?
No.
Anybody have any bowel problems or appendix out, anything like that?
No.
Okay, well, if you have a gluten intolerance, if you're all blood brothers and sisters, then they got it too. You need to talk about their kids. See if any of their kids have any asthma or bronchitis.
I have a nephew with
has
asthma.
a nephew with asthma? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a nephew
yeah,
with asthma.
It's through your whole family. So the whole family's got to be gluten-free. Then, at 19 years old, is he a big fella or small or?
Thin and
thin?
athletic.
Okay, athletic. And so maybe what, 180, 175?
180, 185.
180, okay, 180, 185. So he needs 2 Healthy Brain and Heart packs per month. Full dose of everything twice a day. I would also get him the Synaptive, so he can take 3 of those twice a day, be 2 bottles a month. That's for the brain function. Also De-Stress, which has for the metabolism of the brain. I have him take 3 of those twice a day. De-Stress, capital D like David, dash stress. And then none of the bad stuff. No fried foods, no processed meats, no oils, no gluten, no sugar in this case. And eventually he'll be able to eat a little bit of sugar, like a sweet potato or some grapes or something like that. But right now, he's going to be totally sugar-free. No juices, no fruit, dried fruit, fresh fruit. Vegetables will give him everything he needs from fruit without all the risk of sugar, because sugar contributes to these kind of things, makes them worse. But this is a easily fixable thing, but the underlying problem is a gluten problem. Can't absorb the nutrients, and this is why he's having problems. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Good afternoon. I
Hi.
don't know where to start. The pain goes all the way through my body. I have narrowing here, degenerating spurs all the way down my spine.
Okay, bone spurs up and down your
Bones
spine.
hurt. And is that contributing to my legs?
Okay, yep.
The arthritis, where there's times I can't walk.
Okay. And when you lay down, is it worse or better? Or the
It's
same?
kind of the same.
Kind of the same,
I
okay.
sleep on like an angle.
So you find a place that's the most comfortable.
Yeah, because they're
Okay.
trying to give me injections, and I don't want to do the injections.
Okay. Do you have any history of asthma, bronchitis?
No, just heart.
Okay. Anything going on with skin?
No.
Okay. Anything going on with bowels, like constipation, diarrhea, irritable bowel syndrome,
No.
appendicitis?
None.
Kids have any of that? Brothers
No.
and sisters have any of that?
No.
I'm still going to put you on a gluten-free diet anyway. Okay, no gluten, no wheat, barley, rye, oats, no fried foods and processed meats and oils, no gluten. And then you want to take 2 of the healthy bone and joint packs per month. 2 healthy bone and joint packs per month. A full dose of everything twice a day except for the glucogel, 15 a day, 5 at breakfast, 5 at lunch, 5 at dinner. And you can use the CM cream that come with those 2 healthy bone and joint packs. Apply that to your knees, okay? And if you get, the pain is 50% better but not totally gone, we have what we call a trauma oil. It's a blend of aromatherapy oils. You can apply 4 or 5 drops of that and a teaspoon of the CM cream and apply that to your knees or hips or your backs. Have somebody put on your back for you. Those spurs will go away without surgery. They'll just go right back into the bone. Bone spurs always occur whether in your heel, your vertebrae, your neck, your elbows. Bone spurs always occur where a tendon or ligament hooks into the bone, and as you move your muscles and bend over and twirl around, those tendons and ligaments pull on the bone, and the spur kind of comes up, or a calcium deposit comes up. You take the right nutrients, it'll support and promote maintenance repair, they go right back into the bone.
Okay.
Okay, do not get surgery for that stuff.
No, they were trying to do all that. I don't want.
Yeah, no, don't get the surgery. Don't let them put rods or wires or plates or anything. Stay away from all that.
How about the injections?
Well, have they worked for you?
No.
Okay, have you ever heard that insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result?
That'll
Albert
be it.
Einstein said that, and I'll take his word for it, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and so just remember, your doctor has to make a living.
Well, we go at it all the time.
Good. Well,
I'm very
if you go
combative
at
with
it all
that.
the
Yeah,
time,
yeah.
I'd stay away from that doctor.
Yeah.
You can fire him online. The phone book is full of hungry doctors.
Yeah. So I ended up leaving without taking the shot. So the whole staff is like looking at me like, really? And I'm like, yes, really.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
No.
well, see, when they get somebody on a trail, and again, this is what Dr. King was going after, just like a mammogram. Okay, well, it's all highly suspicious here. We're going to err on the side of conservatism here. We're going to do a biopsy. Well, the biopsy is unequivocal. We can't quite tell for sure. We're still going to get you on chemotherapy and radiation and do a mastectomy because that's a prudent thing to do. Okay? And so they're going to run you through hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of treatment.
Yeah,
And you
but
really
I-
didn't need it because they need the income to get their kid through college.
Well, I asked the questions that people don't want to ask.
Okay.
So it's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
God bless you, Doctor.
Well, I know God loves me. I
yes.
love that part.
I'm standing instead for my sister. She's been on dialysis for 4 years.
And does she have diabetes also?
No.
Okay, so she got kidney failure.
Yes.
Okay. When you have kidney failure, there's nothing wrong with your kidney. I'm going to say that again because it strikes people as very interesting. When you have kidney failure, there's nothing wrong with your kidneys. I'll give you an example. Let's say you're taking a shower, and the water's coming up around your ankles and around your knees and it flows over into the floor in the bathroom. So you have your cell phone, you call a home appliance place, you say, look, I need you to come out here and replace my bathtub. Is that the right thing to do? No. What you want to do is call the plumber and say, hey, I need the willow tree roots rotor-rooted out of the drain because the tub won't drain. So when you have a kidney failure, there's nothing wrong with your kidney. Putting you on dialysis may be life-saving for a couple of weeks, but after that you shouldn't need it. And so they'll put you on there for a couple of years until they really need some serious money. Then they'll find a kidney for you to get a kidney transplant. But I've had people that haven't urinated in 10 years. They're on dialysis 6 times a week. And after a couple of months, they're urinating again. After another couple of months, they're off of dialysis. It's easy to get people off of dialysis. What you have to do, remember, the kidney's okay. The reason why the kidney's not working is not because there's anything wrong with the kidneys, because the blood vessels that are carrying the dirty blood into the filtering unit are plugged. So our goal here is to get blood flowing into the filtering units. So what you do, you're sort of a medium-sized woman, right? What do you weigh?
She is.
Oh, she is. What does she weigh?
Yeah.
What does she weigh, you think? 150, 180?
150.
150, okay. So I'd give her 2 healthy brain and heart packs per month, okay, for just the general stuff, everything. Her kidneys and liver and heart and brain need all that stuff. But also, I'd get her the Ultimate Daily Classic tablets. Have her take 3 of those 3 times a day, 3 at breakfast, 3 at lunch, 3 at dinner. And then I'd have her take 2 a day of the Ultimate Cardio Sticks, 1 at breakfast, 1 at dinner time. I'd also have her take 2 a day of the Ultimate Niacin Plus. They are non-flush, they are time release. Have her take 1 at breakfast, 1 at dinner time. There's 1 bottle a month. And the whole idea here is to dilate those arteries going into the kidney, the ones that are already in the kidney, the arteries. The little afferent arteries are like 10,000 times smaller than the diameter of your hair. And they carry the red blood cells 1 at a time into the filtering units. Sometimes those arteries are so small, the red blood cell has to fold over like a taco to get through there, right? And this program will support and promote healthy blood flow through those blocked arteries into the kidney, and the kidney will wake up out of its hibernation, start working again. And sometimes, I'm sure they're taking a blood test every month and just putting it in the book like they're supposed to. Well, suddenly now they're going to see that there's improvement on the filtration rate, and they're going to say, we need to redo your test here. That doesn't seem right, and it'll be right. And so it might take a couple of weeks, it might take a couple of months, but it'll happen, okay? But it'll happen the quickest when she stays away from the fried foods, the processed meats, the oils, and the gluten, because that's what plugs the arteries. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. You can...
Hello?
Hi.
I was asked really about kidneys, disease, and kidney failure.
Okay, so you have kidney failure.
Yes.
And do you have diabetes?
No.
Okay, I missed the first one then?
Kidney disease.
Okay, kidney disease. Okay, kidney failure. And you're a big fella. What do you weigh?
220.
220. Okay, so how long you been on dialysis?
3 years.
3 years, okay. I would do the same thing as this lady's friend. You need 2 healthy brain and heart packs per month. I'd go ahead and get the Ultimate Daily Classic. Go ahead and take 9 of those a day. That'll be 2 bottles a month. 3 at breakfast because you're a big fella. I'd have you take 3 at breakfast, 3 at lunch, 3 at dinner. I'd also have you take 2 of the Ultimate Cardio Sticks a day, maybe 3. Take 1 at breakfast, 1 at lunch, 1 at dinner. So it'll be 3. It'll be 3 boxes a month. They come in boxes of 30. If it's a financial thing, don't go any lower than 2 a day. I would also do the Ultimate Niacin Plus. But I'd go ahead and get 2 bottles of those Ultimate Niacin Plus. So you can take 2 at breakfast and 2 at dinner time. And that's, again, going to dilate these arteries, get the blood flowing through. That's the whole idea of kidney failure. Now, you've got to stop the ongoing damage. Now, the interesting thing about when you have plugged arteries going into the kidneys and you require kidney dialysis to keep all the blood values correct, that's not the only place in your body you got blocked arteries. You're going to get them in your brain and get vascular dementia. You're going to get them in your eyes and get glaucoma. You're going to get them in your heart and get coronary artery disease because the arteries in your body don't get obstructed in just one little place because all the fried foods and processed meats and oils and gluten affect every artery in the body. So you're getting a warning that there's something bad happening in other places, right? And especially being a male, being a man, we tend to have worse results than women when it comes to these things. And so you need to appreciate that. You need to be really serious about keeping away from the fried foods, the processed meats, the oils, and gluten. That includes dog food in the house has to be dry dog food. It's got to be gluten-free. It's got to be rice and lamb. The first 4 ingredients cannot be wheat, barley, rye, and oats. Cat food, bird food, fish food, spouse, mother-in-law, kids, everybody in the household. If you have any brothers and sisters, if your mom's still alive, auntie's still alive on your mom's side, everybody's got to be warned. If you have sisters, blood sisters, their children will have the same problem. Okay, so it's important.
Thank you.
Okay, you're very welcome, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm a 48-year-old mother of 6, and I'm having trouble just keeping my body temperature to stay warm. I'm usually cold all the time. When everybody else is hot, I'm usually cold. I had blood work done. Only thing my doctor said I need was vitamin D.
Your doctor said?
I just need vitamin D, to take vitamin D.
I'm missing that body. Your doctor says you need...
I'm usually always cold all the time.
Yeah, I understand.
The doctor just told me I need to take vitamin D. They did blood work.
Vitamin D?
Yeah, just to take vitamin
okay.
D.
I got you, okay. How much do you weigh?
About 150.
Okay. And you have children?
I have 6.
You have 6, okay.
Yes.
Any of them have any health problems, asthma, bronchitis?
Yeah,
skin
we all have asthma.
Oh. Okay, what's the problem, ladies and gentlemen? Gluten. You got it. You got a gluten intolerance.
Okay.
Your brothers and sisters, your mom if she's still alive, all your babies need to be gluten-free, man living in the house, spouse, or... Okay.
He the babysitter.
Babysitter, okay. But man, spouse, mother-in-law, kids, what do you work outside the home?
Yes.
And what kind of work do you do?
I work as an ambassador and I do security.
Oh, your mom's an ambassador?
I said me. You said what kind of work do I do?
Oh, okay. Okay. Do you know karate and all that stuff?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay.
But if I had to take somebody down, I could. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's an equalizer, isn't it? Okay. 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 So, at any rate, yeah, at 150 pounds, I'd go ahead and have you take, again, 2 healthy brain and heart packs per month. Okay? And I want you to take the Ultimate Dailies Classic, Ultimate Daily Classic. Take 3 of those twice a day. And I also have you take, just try something as simple as the Ultimate Niacin Plus. Take one of those at breakfast and dinner. There'll be 1 bottle a month. Keep the cost down for you.
Okay.
And the idea is to dilate the blood vessels in your hands and your feet. Have you shrunk any in height since you were a child?
I may have.
Okay. Possible. Okay. So, yeah, you want to measure yourself now and go back and think, how tall was I when I was 18? And how tall am I now? Have I shrunk an inch or a half inch or something? Because that can impact, because you can actually smash some of these nerves, which will, in your back, which will clamp down on the blood vessels going into your feet and hands and have cold hands and feet because of a back problem. That's also a possibility. And so, but it's going to be imperative to get the whole household gluten-free, okay? And be aware of that when you're around people and you're doing your security job and stuff. Be real careful about shaking hands with people you just saw. Oops. Oh, she needs to be a pitcher. That was pretty good. Okay. Okay?
All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you for your service. Okay.
Good
I think
afternoon.
we've got about 5 more minutes. Is that right, Pastor? Would that make it an hour? Is that correct? How much more time we have? I'm sorry? How much more time do we have to make it an hour? 5 minutes, okay. So we're going to take 1 here, 1 here, 1 there. I apologize, we'll have to end it there, but you can still have a relationship with Youngevity. We're going to be around for generations and generations and generations. And these folks out at the table will be able to help you. I don't know how long they're going to stay out there and do that. But you can write things down, and you can call us. They'll give you toll-free numbers and internet and so forth. And so you'll find that we're going to help you. It might take a couple extra days, but we will help you. Okay, yes.
Good afternoon. My husband just recently had heart surgery to replace a heart valve about 3 weeks ago, and he also got a pacemaker. So when he came home, he's on about 7 or 8 different medicines. So I was wondering, is there anything that we could do to maybe reduce the amount of medicine he'll be taking ongoing?
Okay, well, let me ask you a couple of questions. Before he had the valve replacement and the pacemaker installed, did he have any diagnosed heart disease other than the valve thing? Did he have congestive heart failure?
That's why we went to the hospital, because he was having trouble breathing.
Okay, fluid in his lungs?
Said, yes, and so they did tests, and they came back and said it was congestive heart failure.
Yeah. Okay, well, remember, congestive heart failure is caused by deficiency of a single vitamin. And I would have opted for a couple of weeks on the, maybe diuretics, get the fluid out of his lung and get him on the supplement program. Well, now they put a valve in, which now we got to deal with that. And so, now what does he weigh? Is he a big fella or medium size?
When he went in, he was about 230. Now he's down to about 218.
Okay, so 12 pounds of that was fluid. All right, and so what I would do is give him 2 of the healthy brain and heart packs per month, full dose everything twice a day, healthy brain and heart packs per month, 2 per month. I would also give him the de-stress capsules. I'd have him take 9 of those a day for a couple of months and then drop it down to 3 twice a day. But 3 times a day, that'll be 3 bottles a month, because that has that vitamin that's necessary for the congestive heart failure. And so I want him to take those. And also I want him to have the Ultimate Cardio Sticks, 1 twice a day. That's 2 boxes a month. I want him to take the Ultimate Daily Classic. You can take 3 of those twice a day. That's 2 bottles a month. And let's see here. I want to make sure that he's off all the bad stuff. In his case, fried foods, processed meats, oils, and gluten. But he also has to stay away from sugar. Sugar is one of the evil things when people have congestive heart failure and you're deficient in that vitamin. It can also result in dementia and other problems. So we want to make sure that he's taking those 3 of the de-stress capsules 3 times a day. And no fried foods, no processed meats and oils, no gluten, no sugar.
No sugar from fruits either?
No fruit.
Okay.
No fruit juices. He can have all the vegetables he wants. You can melt butter and put them on the steamed vegetables. You know, don't cook them in oil or anything like that because that's going to contribute to the problem, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Our goal here is to tone his heart up so the heart kind of tones up to its optimal size. Usually when you have congestive heart failure, it's bigger than normal, and those valve leaves don't meet.
Right.
And so when you tone up the heart and it gets smaller and it's the right size, suddenly all those valves meet.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's why I say I would have wanted to been given a month before surgery would have been an option.
Okay.
And so anyway, we're here, we're at now, and so we'll do great with him, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, God bless. Okay, last one. Yes, ma'am?
Hi, good afternoon, doctor. As a medical professional myself, I just wanted to know,
I'm sorry, I apologize. Are you a nurse or a doctor?
No, I'm actually a medical assistant. I'm
Okay.
furthering my education
Okay.
with hopes to become a doctor.
Okay, let's give her a hand.
And after hearing what you said and stuff, I was wondering if you had like any mentorship programs, any educational programs, and where do I go from here?
Okay, what you want to do is talk to those folks at the table and let them know you're interested in going further, because we're looking for everybody to join us in this mission because it's a God mission. And we do have, actually, I'd say a couple of dozen pharmacists who work with us. We have a couple of dozen PAs, physician's assistants. We have maybe 100 chiropractors, 100 naturopathic physicians. We have quite a few Chinese traditional medical and doctors. Lots of nurses, every kind of nurse you can think of, probably hundreds of nurses. Yeah. So we're very, very proud of the medical professionals who do associate with us. And as a medical technician, you're going to see things in the clinic and the hospital and stuff. Yes. And, you know, in all professions, there's always room for improvement, right? Only God is perfect. And so it pays for us to be kind of a watchdog on behalf of the public and, you know, keep the doctor's feet to the fire, so to speak, so they're doing all the right stuff. And a doctor, are you sure you want to give that dose to that 3-year-old kid? That's a 300-pound man's dose. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I got the wrong decimal point. And so we want to be watchful for people because we can save lives by doing that. But also, our goal is to educate as many medical professionals as possible. But I will tell you that I have probably about 250,000 what I call PAs that I pay every month. Yeah. 250,000. These are not physician's assistants. They're my personal assistants, so I call them my PAs. And I have people who are 9th grade dropouts that know what to do for congestive heart failure and get rid of it, get them off the heart transplant list they've been on for 3 years and 2 weeks. Okay? These are high school dropouts, 9th grade dropouts. I have people with high school educations who are in charge of 500,000 people, who take care of 500,000 people each month, all with the internet and so forth. And they feed me information, but they're using these pre-programmed packages that we have for these 900 different diseases. And so you don't have to go to school for 8 years to become a brain surgeon or something like that to do these things, although we appreciate brain surgeons who do come with us. And so I was saying those things for the rest of you out here. If you're interested in becoming a student of this information, this will give you an enormous amount of, what should I say, points with your community because you're going to be doing God stuff, okay? And the beautiful thing about this is these individuals do not pay you anything. I pay you. See, we're a very large publicly traded company. I'll just tell you that much. You can look us up and you can look up our income and everything. We're a very large publicly traded company. I've been doing this for 38 years. And I personally have never taken a single penny from the corporation. I don't have to take a penny. I make my living selling books. Okay? Thank you. And I did that for several reasons because I didn't want people to think, I believe that I'm doing God's work because how does a 9-year-old kid figure this out? So I figured God gave it to me when I was 9. Okay? Been doing this since I was 9 years old. And so I purposely chose not to take any income from the sale of these products and from the services purposely for 2 reasons. Number one, because I didn't want somebody to say, well, I may need this stuff, but I'm not going to take it because I don't want Wallach making any money. So I didn't want that to be in play. I also didn't want it to be in play that a medical doctor would say, well, just how much money are you making with that quackery stuff, Wallach? Okay, how much money are you making? I said, well, I don't take any money. I don't take a fee from these people. I don't make a penny from the sale of any of these products. I make not one single penny from the sale of any of the products. I take no office call fees, nothing. I give free service, been giving free service for 38 years. Doctor, how many free patient services do you do? Right? And so, and you don't get paid unless you're a licensed doctor and you want to do that out of your office. You'll get paid an office visit, right? But I urge you not to do that unless you're a licensed health professional, and you'll make more money than they do doing this, because America needs us badly. The world needs us badly. And you become a student of this information, people will know that you're a member of a healing church, right? And they will come to you and say, I hear you can help people with diabetes. You can help people with high blood pressure. You can help people who are on the heart transplant list, who are on the kidney dialysis laboratories 3 times a week. And you'll be able to help them. And the word gets out and out and out. And the thing that has made America weak is we had more jobs than we had businesses. Now you think, well, wait a minute, jobs are good. Well, jobs are good, but what I said was we had more jobs than businesses. Okay, that's a bad thing. Well, the nice thing about this is you can keep your job. I don't want you to quit your job. You keep your job, do your best thing you can do for that job, keep getting raises and be a good part of the company. But also, how many tax breaks can you get when you're an employee? None. When you own your own little longevity business, you got the same tax breaks as Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Donald Trump, and all the billionaires. Okay? Let's say you're having trouble with your insurance with the company you're working in. They take you from a full-time employee to a part-time, so they don't have to pay insurance anymore. Or maybe your insurance company says, well, your deductible used to be $300 and now it'll be $3,000. Suddenly now that insurance is not so attractive. So what you can do, shop around, and then you write yourself a little business plan. And in this business plan you say, my little longevity business is going to pay for my monthly health insurance premiums, my monthly life insurance premiums, and my fitness center memberships. Well, I'm not making that much money yet. It might take a year or two to make that much money. No problem. Out of your pocket, you write a check into your business checking account, and you loan it with a piece of paper that says you're making a loan each month to pay that through your company system. And then when your company's making that much, it'll pay you the money back. But in the meantime, you get tax deductions, and you're going to get back almost all of your withholdings, which amounts to several $1,000s a year. You get that back, which is money the government would do silly things with. Okay? You have more money to tithe to the church. Okay? So these are the things you can do when you own your own business. It's amazing. All the tax laws, all the benefits, the real hard benefits that we get as Americans are for people who own their own business. Okay. You got it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, last one. Okay.
Good afternoon. Approximately 10 years ago, my husband was diagnosed with sarcoidosis.
Okay.
And most recently, he had a sinus surgery, and unbeknownst to the doctor, the sarcoid was in his nose.
Now I missed the first part of that because I couldn't hear it from down there.
Oh, my husband was diagnosed with sarcoidosis.
Okay.
So most recently, he had a sinus surgery, and the doctor did not know at the time that the sarcoidosis was in his nose. So now he is having a lot of trouble. He gets about 3 hours of sleep per night.
And how much does he weigh?
He weighs 240 pounds.
240? Okay. Does he have any other issues other than sarcoidosis? Any high blood pressure, diabetes?
High blood pressure.
High blood pressure, okay. Any kidney issues, any kidney failure?
No.
Okay. Any constipation, diarrhea?
No.
Skin problems, eczema, dermatitis, psoriasis?
Eczema.
Eczema, okay. Well, what's the problem? Gluten. She got a gluten problem. Now, sarcoidosis is a close cousin to lupus and fibromyalgia, okay? It's caused by a gluten intolerance, not being able to absorb the minerals properly, right? Even if you're supplementing with them. So he's got to be, and you got to be, the dog, the cat, the bird, the fish, kids in the house, his brothers and sisters, his mama, all his aunties and uncles on his mama's side have got to be drop-dead gluten-free, okay? no wheat, no barley, no oats, no fried foods, no processed meats, no oils. And I would give him 2 healthy brain and heart packs per month, a full dose of thing twice a day. I would also give him the Immortalium. It's the first time I've said it tonight, Immortalium, which it stimulates stem cells. Stem cells regrow stuff, like joints and cartilage and ligaments and tendons, lung tissue. It'll support the regrowth of stem cells for healthy intestines and so forth, skin. And so I'd have him take 3 of those Immortalium twice a day. It's 2 bottles a month. And again, no fried foods, processed meats, oils, or gluten. And it's amazing how quickly they show benefit. Usually 4 to 6 weeks, you're going to see something recognizable. He'll notice things within 4 to 6 weeks where recognizable. If he has pain, inflammation inside, or pain in any joints or muscles or anything, he can use the CM Plus capsules orally. Take 3 of those twice a day. It'll be 2 bottles a month. He can use the CM cream topically wherever he has pain in a joint or muscle or tendon. And he'll get relief for about 3 to 5 hours. He might have to do it twice a day. Okay?
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay, now just kind of a final thing here. Again, when you order these products, you're going to pay wholesale. We don't charge retail for any of these things when you join us. You're going to pay wholesale. You're going to pay the same thing I pay when I buy my products. The company doesn't even give me products. They set up, I have to buy my own products. So everybody who buys from our company, you're going to buy only wholesale. You can get free shipping if you get on what's called auto ship, because the computer generates everything and out it goes. It saves us a lot of time, money, and energy, so we pass that savings on to you. We'll pay the shipping if you get on auto ship. You can always change it. If you want to reduce this, add this, you can always do that without any penalty or fees. And so you want to consider that. Also, every time you get 3 people started, let's say you get 3 people started just on the basic program, the Healthy Start Pack, just the 90. You have 3 people in a month do that, I'll give you a Healthy Start Pack for free. If you just get 3 new people started, you'll get 1 for free. If you do that every month for 100 years, you get 1 every month free for 100 years. Okay, it's not just a one-time deal. And this is for everybody. You don't have to be a distributor. You don't have to even pay the $25 one time. It's free, even as a preferred customer, we call it. And so you can go as fast or as slow. You can be a customer for 100 years. We love you. We don't force anybody to become distributors. It's there if you want it. You don't have to be involved in it if you don't want to be, okay? I'm going to thank you for being such a kind family, for welcoming me in. We love you. God bless you. Look forward to working with you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Make some noise for Dr. Wallach.
Okay.
They're going to take you in the office, and my mom is right there.
Okay.
I'm going to have to go in the office with you, okay, so you can talk to her.
Want the microphone?
No, we'll
Unleash me there. Okay.
Can you go ahead and mute my mic, my lapel mic? All right, now we're going to get ready to dismiss. Thank you for being patient. For those that the line was cut off, you can, the 2 people at the table, Dr. Wallach didn't want anybody to do that before he started sharing. You can go to the table and you can tell them, I believe, some of the things that you're dealing with, and they'll be able to start you off. Does everybody follow that? So if your question, and just hold on before you move, the questions didn't get answered because we can't go forever. Y'all realize that? So go out there and talk to them and see what they say. Has everybody got it? Now, I know everybody, was this a good seminar? Okay. Everybody's excited, and I know it's kind of bad timing. It's football tomorrow, but how many know at some point you got to start? And sitting in this seminar today is not going to be the end all to be all. You got to start, if bare minimum, you just start weeding out gluten. Everybody got it? You might go, okay, I can't buy all this, and that's cool, no problem. But how many know you can start someplace? Everybody got it? Because how many we're believing this will be a healthy year for all of us? Amen? All right. You didn't win. We didn't do anything. Okay, let's pray. Okay, let's just pray. Father, we thank you now for all that's taken place. We thank you for all the information. We understand knowledge really is power. And so we thank you for that. And now, Holy Spirit, you lead us. You guide us. You direct us. And we thank you that we will get what we need based upon your directive. Thank you in advance for that. We pray for Dr. Wallach. We pray for his health. We pray for his continued support. Keep him safe as you use him around the world. We thank you for all that was said and done today. We now speak to our angels, go before us, get around our vehicles, get us to our next destination safely. We declare no accidents, hurt, harm, or danger. We thank you will rest well. well tonight, and we'll rise tomorrow to do your will. In Jesus' name, amen. Love y'all. Be blessed. Be safe.